A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now for our story. Max Tilly is on trial for the killing of Benjamin Carter. Mary, Max, the lawyers, friends and enemies crowd the little courtroom to overflowing. It is a tense day and a sad day for Mary and Max. But the people of the town and the reporters, the excitement of the whole affair, have turned it into somewhat of a gala occasion. In the center of the room, before the jury box, George Hinkler, the brilliant young attorney for the prosecution, is making his opening remarks to the jury.
Charging Max Tilly with murder. The prosecution has the unfortunate duty of presenting the evidence in support of this indictment to you. Murder in any form is to be deplored. But when committed in the manner adopted by the defendant, it becomes particularly shocking and offensive to the sensibilities of honest men. Murder in cold blood.
You're making me look black, ain't it? Don't worry about that. I'll try to make you look as white as the driven snow. Yeah, but I dressed it.
Oh, Max, darling, don't joke about it. Really?
I know, Chris, but there ain't no reason why a guy can't have a little fun about it. Huh?
Fun, Max.
Okay, Chris, I'll shut up. I was only trying to cheer you up a little. Gee, you look so sad, I almost bawl every time I look at you.
Oh, Max, I'm going to smile till it hurts. I see. That it?
Boy, that's more like it. Now I can't help but win. Max, I'd like to hear this. Okay, I'll begin.
It was premeditated, gentlemen. Remember that. I firmly believe that your verdict upon the evidence can be no other than that of murder in the first degree. I call Deputy Sheriff Andrews to the stand.
Andrews, Deputy Sheriff Andrews to the stand. Try to tell the truth before nothing but truth to help you. Yeah.
Mr. Andrews, you're sheriff of this county, are you not?
Well, I am and I ain't.
What do you mean by that?
Well, Sheriff Barstow's really sheriff here, but I'm sort of subbing for him. He's on vacation on deputy. So departed me before he left, and he says to me, Andrews, he says, Andrews, I'm going to take a vacation.
But you are sheriff in his absence. Is that right?
Well, I guess you could call it that, but I call it deputy.
Will you tell us what happened on the night of June 10th? The night Benjamin Carter was found dead?
Well, I'll do my best. I was sitting in the jailhouse by myself playing solitaire.
What time was that?
Oh, I'd say about 7:30 or thereabouts.
Can you tell us exactly?
Well, I ought to be able to tell, but I can't. Got one of them dollar watches and never keeps time exactly.
You say it was about 7:30?
Yeah, must have been. I ate my supper about an hour before, and I always eat at 6:30.
What happened at 7:30?
What happened? Well, Max walked into the jailhouse as big as life, carrying a pistol in his hand, and says to me, I just killed Benjamin Carter. Well, you could have knocked me over with the Sanders Bank arguers. That's surprising.
What did you do then?
What did I do? Well, I didn't believe him, but finally he convinced me, and I took the pistol from him, and...
Just a moment. Well, I show you a pistol and ask you to identify it. Is this the gun that you took from Max Tilly?
Yep, that's the one. A very neat little .32 caliber.
I ask that this pistol be admitted in evidence.
Have you any objections, Mr. Clinton?
No objections, Your Honor.
It may be marked in evidence. Proceed.
Andrews, what did you do then?
Well, he felt like talking, so I took his confession.
I show you a piece of paper with Max Tilly's signature at the bottom. Can you identify it?
Yep, that's the confession, all right. And that's his signature and witness.
I ask that this be admitted in evidence, Your Honor.
No objection. It may be admitted in evidence.
I shall now read from the confession.
That won't be necessary, Mr. Hinkler. The defense concedes that the confession is true.
Thank you, Mr. Clinton. That saves a lot of time.
Anything to oblige, Mr. Hinkler?
Continue with your witness, Mr. Hinkler. After the defendant had signed the confession, what did you do?
Well, Max says that Carter was in his office over at the hotel, so I went there.
And did you find everything exactly as the defendant had stated it?
Well, no. When I got there, I had to get Miss Cole, he's the clerk in the hotel, to let me in the room. It was locked.
The door of the room was locked?
Yes, sir. Miff had to get the pass key and unlock it.
Did that seem strange to you?
Yeah, I couldn't figure it out. Max had told me that he hadn't locked the door. They've just come away. They've started to be in kind of a daze.
I see. And what did you find upon entering the room?
I found Benjamin Carter laying on his face behind the desk and a big bullet hole in his back.
What was the condition of the room?
Oh, just about the same as usually. I would guess nothing looked out of order except for a chair that got overturned right next to where Carter was laying.
Did you think that this was strange?
Oh, yep, it did, but because it didn't agree with Max's confession.
In what respect didn't it agree?
Well, Max told me that him and Carter had quite a tussle there before he shot him. But the room didn't look upset like as though there had been a fight.
Then it was obvious to you that the defendant must have been lying.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You'll have to rephrase that question, Mr. Winkler.
All right. Mr. Andrews, did you notice any discrepancies between what you observed and what Max Tilly confessed to?
What was it? Come again?
Didn't you note that the story the defendant told you and what you found to be different?
Well, I says to myself,
Answer yes or no.
Yes, it was different.
That's all. You may cross-examine.
Mr. Andrews, how long have you known Max Tilly?
Several years.
Have you known him well?
Oh, yes. Many's the game of pinochle I've played with him.
What kind of a man is he?
One of the best.
Isn't it true that when Max Tilly came to you and confessed the accidental killing of Benjamin Carter, you couldn't believe him?
I couldn't hardly believe it. That's the fact. He wouldn't do things like that.
And isn't it true that you went out to secure the services of a stenographer in order to take Max's confession, leaving the defendant all alone in your office, without guard?
Well, somebody had to go for one. I couldn't ask him to go.
Then you trusted him so much that you left him all alone in your office, and you found him there when you came back.
Yes, he was sitting there, kind of looking sad, with a far away look in his eyes, saying, I don't care about what happens to me, but what have I done to Mary?
Now, Mr. Andrews, isn't it altogether possible that some other person came into Carter's office right after the shooting, cleaned it up, and went away, locking the door?
Well, I guess so.
Thank you, Sheriff Andrews. You may step down.
Just a moment, Mr. Andrews. I have just one more question to ask you.
Well, go right ahead. That's what I'm here for.
Did you know anything about this feud that had been going on between the defendant and Benjamin Carter?
Well, yes, the whole town knew about it.
Do you know of anybody else in town who might go so far as to falsify evidence in order to make Max Tilly suffer for a crime he did not commit?
Well, no, I don't.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. That's all.
Call your next witness.
I call Miss Cole to the stand.
Miss Cole to the stand. I do.
Mr. Cole, what is your occupation?
I'm the desk clerk at the Stratford Southern Arms Hotel.
Were you on duty the night of June 10th at around the hours of 6 to 8 p.m. on that night?
Yeah, I was.
Did you see the defendant enter the hotel at about 7 o'clock?
No, I didn't.
Did you see him leave between 7:05 and 7:15?
I didn't see him come, and I didn't see him go. I was at my desk all the time. He must have come and went through the back way.
He's a liar.
Huh?
I come in the front way and I went out the front way, and he wasn't at the desk.
Order. One more outburst like this, and I shall have the courtroom filled. Mr. Tilly, you will refrain from making any more disturbance. Continue.
That's a lot. Mr. Cole, when did you know that Mr. Carter had been killed?
When Andrews came around and told me about it. I went up to the office with him, and we found the body.
You've heard Mr. Andrews testify that the door was locked, and the room in good order except for an overturned chair. Is that what you saw, too?
Yeah, exactly. Everything he said is just how it was.
Thank you. You may cross-examine.
With pleasure. Mr. Cole, what is your name? What do you mean? It's Miss Cole. It couldn't by any chance be John Backus or Tony Blanchard or Sammy Brown or any one of 100 aliases that you've used, could it?
I object.
What are you trying to get at, Mr. Clinton? That this man has a criminal record longer than my arm and is not to be trusted to speak the truth.
Objection overruled. You may continue, Mr. Clinton.
Mr. Cole, or whatever your name is, have you ever served a prison sentence?
No.
Perhaps your memory is bad. Maybe this piece of paper will refresh it. 1929, Sing Sing. 18 months for robbery with a gun. 1932, 2 years for larceny. 1935, 1 year for carrying concealed weapons. 1936...
Now, quit. That ain't true, I tell you.
Isn't it true? Can you identify these pictures which I have here? Pictures of you together with fingerprints which are taken from rogues' galleries all over the country?
Well, it's me, all right, but I was framed.
All those times you were framed, as you call it.
Yeah, I was, and I can prove it.
It is evident that you weren't able to prove it at your own trials, Mr. Cole. And we're too busy here to listen to you.
Well, I was framed, I tell you.
Will you continue with the cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. On the night in question, were you in the lobby?
Oh, I answered that one before.
Oh, yes, so you did. I thought perhaps you might want to alter your statement.
I was in the lobby.
Did you hear any noise?
No, I didn't.
Are you sure? Not even the shot?
I tell you, I didn't hear nothing. I didn't see nothing until Andrews came in and told me.
Your Honor, it is useless for me to cross-examine this witness. He wouldn't know how to tell the truth if he tried.
I object to the defense counsel's last remark and ask that it be stricken from the record.
So I'm inclined to agree with Mr. Clinton about Mr. Cole's qualifications as a witness. I must ask you, Mr. Clinton, to confine your remarks to the facts of the case before us. Let the remark be stricken from the record. Proceed.
As I said, Your Honor, I have no more questions to ask this witness. He may stand down.
Hey, listen, Pete. How's it going? Huh?
Well, one never knows what will happen. This is only the first day.
I called Dr. John Benson to the stand.
Doc Benson?
Say, what's he doing there? I thought he was going to be fighting on my side.
What is Dr. Benson doing as a witness for the prosecution? Does this mean that Benson is against Mac? Listen Monday for further exciting developments in the life of Mary Sothern as Mac fights for his life. Your host, Heinz Honey and Almond Cream.
Ironized Yeast presents Fights Out, Everybody. It is later than you think. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly, but sincerely, to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Oboler. Let's go back tonight to another time, the time of King George III of England. But our story tonight is not of monarchy. It's the story of an ordinary man by the name of Samuel Jones, who had the extraordinary profession of state executioner. But first, Frank Martin.
Wartime is not an easy time for anyone, but it's doubly hard on you if you're weak and run down, feeling on edge and often overtired. But if, as with many others, it's simply because you're deficient in vitamin B1 and iron, why go on that way? Ironized yeast tablets give you both vital substances, vitamin B1 plus iron. It's this famous two-way help you so often hear praised by people who were short these substances. Today, these men and women tell how ironized yeast help them regain glorious strength and pep and needed pounds, so that today they can enjoy life again. Friends, make a note of that name. It's ironized yeast tablets. And now, lights out, everybody. Tonight's Lights Out presents another psychological drama, a play in which the principal part is taken not by the character himself, but by his thoughts. The voice you are about to hear is that of the thoughts of one Samuel Jones, the state executioner for His Majesty George III. He sits alone in a dismal room, and these are his thoughts.
I want to be dead. Dead. Do you feel anything when you're dead? Are you hungry? Are you cold? Are you tired when you're dead? No? When I'm dead, I have peace. I've got to have peace. Kill myself. Yes. Bullet in my heart. The pain. I don't like pain, but it can't hurt. They say it doesn't hurt, only hanging hurts. I know it does. I've seen their faces when they cut them down, purple, black. I've seen their faces when the masks came off and there's pain in them, pain that twists their faces, grinds their teeth, and gives them living hell until at last they die. That's why I've got to use this pistol to kill myself. I can't stand pain. All I want is peace. Peace. It's getting late. I've got to do it quick before they get here. I ran much faster than they did, but they'll get here quick enough. I've got to be dead when they come in through that door. They can't bother the dead in their grave. I'll be dead, deep in the grave. Why should they blame me? I only did my duty. Someone's got to be the hangman. Someone's got... That's what he said to me that night. That's what his lordship said to me 20 years ago it was. He said...
Samuel Jones, eh?
Yes, your worship.
What makes you think you can do this work?
Oh, I just know, your worship. I know all about hanging, sir. Everything there is to know.
Well...
hemp rope's best, sir, hemp rope, but each rope's got to be fresh and new for every job, and you've got to keep it soapstoned and always in a cool, dry place.
Well, you do know something about it.
Oh, yes, sir. Then there's a short drop and a long drop. The long drop's better, sir. I know it is.
Eh?
It breaks their neck, sir. Every time it breaks their neck.
All right. I'll give you your chance. We're having a hanging here tomorrow. I'll let you do it. If all goes well, I'll recommend you to the prison board. If all goes well.
All did go well. Why not? And there I was, executioner for His Majesty. 5 guineas a broken neck. 777 hangings in 20 years. 777 broken necks, and mine the hand that sprung the trap. 777 times. And now the hand's got a pistol in it. When they reach here, when they knock on that door, I'll press the trigger, and so I won't have to face them. None of them. 777 broken necks, and no one knew that I was the man who did it. Not even she knew it. Ellen, my own wife, not even she. I met her, married her, and she didn't know. Until that day. Infernal day, that meddling fool nosing around.
It's the truth. I'm telling you, Mrs. Jones. It's God's the judge.
Oh, no. There must be some mistake.
No mistake at all, Mrs. Jones. No mistake at all. My husband told me. And he never makes mistakes. Not me husband.
What did you say?
State executioner. You know your husband's the... Oh, don't you know?
Please, I don't know what you're talking about.
Look here. Don't you know what your husband does?
You mean the business he's in?
Business. Aye, hanging's the business.
Hanging?
Hangings. On a rope.
But what has Samuel to do with those?
Mrs. Jones, are you saying you don't know that Samuel's the hangsman?
You must be crazy.
Oh, sir, I'm crazy, am I? Well, he's the hangsman, and no mistake about it.
He's not.
And I tell you...
He's not. Get out of here. Get out.
Oh, now, you don't have to be... Well, here he is. Ask him yourself.
Oh, Sam.
What's going on here? What's the matter? What is it, Ellen?
Oh, Sam, this woman.
What about this woman? What?
All I've done is to tell the God's truth.
Oh, Sam, she says...
Says what? What?
All I said was that you were the hangsman, as you are.
Get out of here.
Now, just a minute.
Get out.
All right, I'll go.
Say one more word about me and I'll kill you. You hear me? I'll kill you. Meddling fools.
Sam.
You shouldn't have talked to her. Why did you listen?
Sam.
Things like that, it isn't good for me.
Sam, it is true.
Man's got to earn his living.
I'm living from killing.
You're crazy. I don't kill. I don't condemn them.
You killed her.
I tell you, I'm not the judge. Oh, now, Ellen.
Don't touch me, hangman.
All right, that's what I am, hangman.
Hangman.
Yes, hangman. Say it again and again. What do I care? I like being a hangman. You hear me? I like being a hangman.
Oh, no.
Yes,
no.
Here's something more.
No, Sam.
I like killing them.
No.
I like the way they stumble when they walk up the stairs.
No.
I like the cold whiteness of their skins when I put the noose around their necks. I like the way everyone looks at me, watches me, and then the crash and the rope stretches. Sometimes their legs kick in the air and you hear them heaving for a little air. They can't get past the tight rope around their necks.
No, Sam. No, Sam.
When I was a boy, they strung a man up from a tree just outside of a town. And I watched him and I saw him dance on air, and I said to myself, someday I'll do that too. Hang them, legal, make them dance on air, 'cause it's the law. And now I'm doing what I wanted. Executioner for the crown. And Whalen won't change it a bit. Now, come here to me.
No, stay away from me.
Come here.
No, I won't stay with you. I won't, Hangman. I won't stay with you. I'll go away.
I thought she wouldn't leave me, but she did. Ellen left me. I looked all over, couldn't find her. After a while, I didn't care. What's a woman? I had my work. Hanging work. 5 guineas a hanging and gold coin, 5 of them, 5 golden guineas. I like the sound of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I bought a strong box and kept them there. Every hanging meant 5 more. Paying me they were for what I liked to do. It was funny, very funny. I didn't miss her. No, why should I? I had my work. I got to be good at my work. The courts were good, too. They gave me plenty to do. I tried out different ways. I made a hanging machine with springs and sandbags that jerked the man into the air first and then dropped him through a trap. I tried out different ropes and different running nooses. Oh, I got to be good at it in 20 years, real good. Ticking, ticking, stop ticking. I hear you, blasted clock. I hear you. What are you trying to tell me? I know. There isn't much time left. They'll be here soon. Let them come, let them come. I'm ready. Pistol in my hand, I'm ready. After the first knock on the door, I won't be here to hear them. I'll have peace and quiet. Whatever they say to me, I won't hear it because I'll be dead. And why should they say it? What's done is done. 777 of them. It was fun because each died different. 777 different hangings. It was fun, I tell you, fun. Some are moaning. And some went to the gallows a crying. Best of all, I like the one that went out crazy scared. Screaming, yelling, wailing. Yes. The ones that were crazy scared were the best. I liked them fine. And 5 guineas just the same for having fun. 5 guineas. Up there at the door, I heard a sound. No. I just imagine no one's knocking. If they knock, I press the trigger. They won't get me, not me. 777 at 5 guineas each. Coins that bit into my flesh when I grabbed them tight. Oh, I like the sound. Money, money, yellow money. First, I like the hangings best, and then the money. Then I got to like them both. Watching, eager around the courtrooms, this trial, that trial. Would they hang him? Would they hang her? Would the judge say guilty? If he did, and had a hanging, another 5 guineas. Oh, I'll watch for business, new business, my business. Hang them up and watch them die. When will they knock on the door? When? Pistol's heavy in my hand. He used a pistol, too, they said. Tom Allen. I read about him in the court announcement one day when I was outside of the courtroom looking for new business. Hanging business.
Thomas Allen, 20-year-old law student, was charged by the city police with having murdered his sweetheart, Lorraine Hamilton, 19-year-old daughter of Arvin Hamilton. Young Allen denied the charge vigorously. He stated that the girl had sent him a letter in which he told of her intentions of committing suicide. But at a late hour, Allen was unable to produce this letter. He was held without bond at the tower in the church.
Yes, that's what it said. That's what it said. He'd murdered her, young girl. The minute I read it, I said to myself, St. Jones is the next one. I could hear the money clinking in my hand already. And Tom Allen hanging by his neck.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our customary moment of relaxation, a moment to turn away from this eerie tale of a man who lived in days gone by, the state executioner for King George III of England. Now let's visit a young lady of our own times. She's telephoning to a friend, and she says,
Hello, Jenny. I just got your note. Why aren't you coming to my party? You're feeling too tired out after your war work. Oh, nonsense. We're all doing war work. Why should you be feeling all in so often, losing weight and getting so jittery?
Friends, are people asking you that question? Then listen to the words of a well-known nutrition authority. Improper eating due to wartime living may cause a person to become deficient in vitamin B1 and iron, 2 substances essential for normal weight, strength, and energy.
But when people are deficient that way, how can they get more vitamin B1 and iron?
Ironized yeast tablets supply both vital substances, vitamin B1 plus iron. This two-way help has been of great benefit to people who were short on these substances. Today, these men and women thank pleasant little ironized yeast tablets for glorious pep and strength and needed pounds regained. So why go on being underweight and under par if it's just because you're short vitamin B1 and iron? Take a tip from the many others who have found an easy, pleasant way out of these deficiencies. Go to your druggist this very night and say,
"A bottle of ironized yeast tablets, please."
And now back to our story of state executioner. The story is in the time of King George III of England. The hangman for the crown, Samuel Jones, sits pistol in hand, thinking out his strangest of lives.
What am I thinking about? Why don't they come and knock on the door and let me get this over with? I need the knocking on the door to give me nerve enough to press the trigger. This waiting. I waited for Tom Allen, too. I waited for them to say guilty to him so I could put the running noose around his neck. I waited, going every day to the trial. The prosecutor for the Crown said...
Guilty.
The young man's solicitor said...
Not guilty.
The young man said...
I didn't do it. I tell you, I didn't do it. She did it herself. She wrote me a letter saying that she was killing herself. She wrote me a letter. I tell you, she wrote me a letter.
Yes, that's what he said. She wrote me a letter saying she was killing herself. But where was the letter? Nobody knew. Couldn't find it. And day after day, sitting there in the courtroom, I could see the noose coming close and close. A few days more and he'd be dancing on air. Another 5 guineas in my box. Such a pity, such a handsome young man, strong young neck for my rope. I say he didn't have a chance. What good did it do for his solicitor to keep saying...
I tell you, gentlemen, it is circumstantial evidence and circumstantial evidence alone which has been produced. A weird combination of circumstances have conspired to make it appear that the suicide of this unfortunate girl was a murder committed by this equally unfortunate young man. And an equally weird set of circumstances have resulted in the disappearance of this vital letter, which clears Tom Allen of all responsibility for Mistress Hamilton's death. In this letter, the girl clearly stated that she was taking her own life by poison. In spite of the absence of this letter, surely you, as intelligent men, can tell after seeing and hearing Tom Allen's testimony that he is telling the truth, that such a letter did reach him, and that he is innocent of all wrongdoing.
But there was no letter. He didn't have a chance. The prosecutor for the Crown got up. He said,
"The letter. The mysterious letter. And where, gentlemen of the jury, is this letter? To what mystical realms has it disappeared? This wondrous communication which so conveniently absolved Tom Allen for the death of that poor girl. Where, I ask again, is this letter? The young man has stated repeatedly that the letter was in his lodging undestroyed. But every inch of that lodging has been carefully examined, and yet the letter has not been found. And why hasn't it been found, gentlemen? I'll tell you. It is because that letter does not exist. Lorraine Hamilton never wrote such a letter. She was murdered. Murdered in a fit of jealous rage by this man who expects you to believe a preposterous story about her death.
Yes. I sat there and I felt good, because I saw that young fellow didn't have a chance. My noose was getting closer to his neck. And then the black cap on the judge's head.
For this vicious crime against the order and security of the Crown, you, Thomas Allen, are hereby condemned to be hanged by the neck until dead.
No, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I tell you, I didn't. I'm innocent. I didn't do it.
Then I had him. All his yelling, all his screaming wouldn't do any good. I had him. All ready for my noose, guilty. I wanted to go up and thank the judges. Gave me business, hanging business, devil's business. Why don't they hurry up and get here? Wouldn't have to think anymore. Knock on the door. I wouldn't have to think. Finger squeeze the trigger. Finished piece. I wouldn't have to think what happened then, what happened after they said the boy was guilty. They put him in a cell. Death cell. The door shut tight. And I stood and watched. They put him in a cell. 5 golden guineas in a cell. A few more weeks and he'd be mine to teach that dancing lesson on thin air. I counted every day until they'd give him to me. I peeked along the corridor, watching his cell. The warden of the prison said,
"Well, Sam, it certainly looks as if you're going to have another customer. I suppose you heard about it. The king refused young Allen's last appeal. He hangs in 2 more days. We'll try to make his going as easy as we can. I like the lad. Too bad about that letter he says the girl wrote him. Well, no use talking about it. We've got to do our duty. Oh, by the way, you're going past the cell? Here's some books of his. His landlady sent him. Thought he might like to read them while he had the time. Take them with you, Sam, and give them to him. It'll be his last time to read.
So I took the books along. Why not? Why not? Reading wouldn't save that neck. I started down the corridors with his books. Down the corridors toward the death cell. Something white fell out of one of his books, and I picked it up. It was a letter, and it read,
"Dear Tom, I told you I was going to kill myself, and now I'm going to do it. By the time you get this, the police ought to be accusing you of murder, since undoubtedly all those people who heard us quarrel the other night will be testifying that you killed me. That's the main reason I'm sending you this letter, so that you will have some proof that the poison they'll find in me was self-administered. Forgive me. I'm just tired of living."
and it was her name signed to it, hers, that girl's. The one they said he'd killed. This was the letter. The letter he'd been yelling about. The letter he wanted to save his neck. But his neck belonged to me already. 5 guineas. I stuck the letter deeper in my pocket and just waited until the night. The warden...
Well, Sam, it looks as if we're going to have to go through with it. Now, I want everything done properly and no mistake. Going to have a large visitors' gallery. Very distinguished people. Say, and that reminds me, there's been some woman trying to see you all day. Some woman. Don't know who she is, Sam. She says she's got to see you.
Well, I wasn't seeing any woman, not that night. There was my work to do. See that everything was ready. The rope was ready. Everything perfect for a perfect hanging. Grew later and later. I could hear him in the death cell pleading with the minister.
Oh, you've got to help me, sir. You've got to get the king. He's got to believe that I didn't kill her. I didn't. Oh, won't anyone believe me? She wrote me a letter. She wrote me a letter in which she said she killed herself. She wrote me a letter, I tell you. She wrote me a letter.
Yes, a letter. The letter was in my pocket, and there it was going to stay until it was all over. He couldn't live. He couldn't live now. I'd waited too long. It had been such a long time since they'd given me a good, strong neck to hang. They couldn't cheat me now. At last it was the hour. They came for him in his cell. They led him down the corridor. And then they were marching him up the stairs to the gallows. I was waiting. The rope was in my hand. The boy looked up at me. His lips moved. He said,
I tell you I didn't do it. The letter.
Black hood over his head.
The letter, I didn't kill her. The letter, I tell you I didn't do it.
The crap. His heart.
This man is dead.
It was done. This man is dead. 5 golden guineas, the warden said.
Good work, Sam. Broke his neck.
I went out into the street. I was walking home. I felt real good. 5 golden guineas. A woman came up to me and said...
Are you Sam Jones?
Yes, that's me. What do you want? I haven't got time
You'll have time to listen to me, Hangman.
Who are you?
Look at me.
Ellen.
Yes, Ellen.
Wife.
Wife no longer, Hangman. Nor mother either.
Eh?
Nor mother either, and you're the thing that's done it.
Oh, wait, what?
I tried to reach you. I tried to tell you. They said you wouldn't see me. What could I do? What could I do? Your hand did it. Yours, Hangman, yours.
What are you talking about, woman? Why?
Tonight, Tom Allen. My maiden name was Allen. Don't you understand? You hung Tom Allen.
Well, and so I did. What of it, woman? What of it?
Tom Allen, Hangman, was your son.
No.
Your son. You hear me, Hangman? Your son. You hung your son. You hung your son. Your son. You hung your son. Your son. Your son. You hung your son.
I began to run. Down the street. Away from her. Running. A man stepped out of the shadows. He stopped me. I couldn't see his face.
You killed my brother 7 years ago this night, Hangman.
I said, no, leave me alone, leave me alone. I kept on running. A woman stopped me.
You hung my father, monster. You hung my father 11 years ago.
No, I said, no, let me go. I kept on running, but they kept after me, yelling, screaming. I kept on running. Faster. New voices joined them. I looked back. The street was black with hundreds chasing me, yelling, screaming. I'd hung their sons, fathers, brothers. The street was black with them, I tell you, and every one of them akin to one of the 777 that had felt my rope. Chasing me. Hundreds of them yelling, screaming after my life, wanting my blood, hands outstretched like claws to catch me, tear my flesh and scratch my eyes up, running, looking, catch me, no! That's the way I did it. Slammed the door, lost the pack of them. Every one of them, wives and sons and brothers of the 777. But they'll find me. They'll search me out. They're searching me out. Yes, they'll find me. That's why my finger's on the pistol. The mob won't get me. No, the mob won't get me. Funny mob they were. Without bodies, just heads of people chasing me and yelling. They won't get me. No, they won't. When they find me here, when they knock on the door, I'll kill myself. And they're here outside the door.
You won't get me. Not you. Yes, I hung your sons, husbands, killed your friends, lovers, but that's not all. I hung my son. You hear me? Hung my son for 5 guineas. Hung my son.
Yes. Come in, all of you, and see me die.
And you mean to say he yelled out for you to come in and then he shot himself?
Yes, sir. It's the God's truth. I knocked on the door. He yelled, come in, all of you, and see me die. And when I opened the door, bang, he did it.
And what were you banging on his door for this early in the morning? What were you after?
After nothing. I was looking for MacDonald. Lives next house. I just knocked on the wrong door.
Well, Mr. Oboler, you mean the gentleman died without reason?
Let's just say he died. Frank, you know, among the letters I get are many that ask, Mr. Oboler, where in heaven's name do you get the ideas for your play?
I don't doubt it.
Apparently, some of our listeners think that some of my best friends are ghosts and that I spend my off Sundays at mental institutions and find my relaxation only in voodoo dances. The truth of the matter is, ideas to a playwright rarely come out of direct experience, except the one next week.
How's that?
Well, a long time ago, I went down to the sub-basement of a very large department store. Down there, and now in the usual later manner, I pause for you, Frank, to have your say for Iron IG.
Would you give anything to be able to breeze through your work, to really enjoy your fun once more? Well, if you're just short vitamin B1 and iron, if that's why you're underweight and under par, get ironized yeast tablets. They supply both vital substances, yet they cost but a few pennies a day. Now, a rundown condition may stem from other causes. If in doubt, see your doctor. But if, like so many others, you're simply deficient in vitamin B1 and iron, remember, ironized yeast has been so successful in such cases that it's sold on this no-risk, money-back basis. If you don't begin to eat better and to look and feel much stronger, peppier, and more alive, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by Ironized Yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. And now, what about this sub-basement tour, Mr. Oboler?
Well, speaking of tours, Frank, just yesterday I got back from a trip which I think will be of great interest to our listeners. It was to the Indian country down in New Mexico where I attended the Intertribal Conference to help do a special broadcast. I think if all of you would like to know that we made over 2 hours of recordings of the most amazing Indian ceremonials on the face of this earth. And some of those sound effects and recordings are going to be heard in the Lights Out play very soon. Yes, you have gotten blasé about hangings and drowning and poisonings. I'm sure you're going to be bounced right out of your lethargy when those Navajos and Hopis and Taos Indians begin to do their war dances right in your living room. These will be actual Indian chants and Indian dances, rarely before heard on the air. I thought I'd just tell you about this as a sort of a pre-preview.
Yeah, but what about that sub-basement tour, Mr. Oboler?
persistence is the name for Mr. Marks. Well, Frank, have you ever thought about what takes place in a sub-basement of a very large city department store? It's a world of its own, and sometimes amazing things take place down there. You know, Frank, a number of our listeners have written in asking for another out-of-the-world story, and by one of those inversions of idea peculiar to playwrights, that request turned into next week's story titled Sub-Basement. I promise you some thrills next week.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Oboler's eerie story, Sub-Basement. And if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast. But remember, there's only one ironized yeast. You'll know it instantly by the yellow and orange package and by the big letters IY on the container and on each tablet.
Friends, when your white shoes get that I'm heading for the attic look, bring them back alive with Energine Shoe White. It's more than just a whitener. Energine Shoe White cleans as well as whitens, and it conditions the surface. So it's easy to give your shoes a smooth, even white. It's easy to help keep them looking better, longer with Energine Shoe White. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I have flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door.
A man lies awake in the dark, listening to the wind. Outside, the small town crouches under the whip of the storm. The man is waiting for the news that will turn him into a hunted thing, into a person who must watch every word he utters. Soon he will be joined by an eternal companion, whose name is Fear.
Lucian, is that you?
Dave, I've done it. It's horrible, horrible.
Don't talk on the phone, you fool. I'm coming over to attend to things right away. Outside. Where is he, Lucy?
In the bedroom.
Yes, he's dead, all right.
What will you do?
There's a new water main being laid at the end of Hope Street. A most enticing ditch. It's going to be a pleasant job digging in this weather in red mud, the things men do for love.
Oh, darling. Tell her we can soon be together.
I'm going to pack a case for him right now. I know what a man would take. As soon as it's light, you'll drive round to his people and tell them he's gone and taken his things and left you flat for another woman. Now go and get properly dressed, hastily, and no makeup. You understand?
Yes, I understand.
I'll see to this end of things.
Oh, I picked up the gun. It just went off.
Yes, I know. Guns do. That's what you picked them up for. How often haven't you heard the phrase or read it in the reports of some sordid murder case? I pointed the gun just to frighten him. Yes. But the finger on the trigger betrays the real intention.
Oh, I'm a murderess. It went off so easily.
See, get hold of yourself, darling.
Okay. Dave, darling, you love me? Do you really love me?
Why do you think I'm doing this?
Tell me you love me.
Later, Lucy. This is the time for hard thinking and calculated action.
But I must know. Roger loved me in his way.
It's too late for regrets. No regrets for Roger, eh? Now, look, don't ring me or send me notes. Ignore me. You must. And remember this. We're tied together by blood guilt, my girl. We both face the hangman's rope, the shame of the public dock, the judge and the jury, idiots and time servers, all that legal crew. And where's the gun?
It's fired, and I just dropped it.
All right, I'll break it up. Oh, it'll be dawn soon. The sky's breaking now. So dress and get over to his people's place. That sister of his will be so upset he's left you. She was always so fond of you, Lucy.
Dear Lucian, you asked for it. You really did.
That's a horrible thing to say.
Yes, but I am saying it. My dear sister-in-law, you may have meant nothing at all by it.
By what exactly?
Well, by your silly flirtations. A kiss in a dark passage, silly words said foolishly, holding hands in the back of a car going to a party. Nothing, I grant. But he took it badly. Roger loved you, and I'm sure he still does. And he's very possessive.
I don't see what business it is of yours. It's all over in any case.
Well, now look here. I understood you wanted to get him back. I thought that's why you came to me.
But, of course, Mary. But I think there's someone else.
Oh, fiddlesticks. I know my brother. Now, all he did... Excuse me. Mary Hartman speaking.
Hello, sister mine. Roger speaking. I rang home, but there was no reply.
Your poor wife's here. I've been hearing about your escapades. You frightened the poor child to death. Who is it, Roger?
Look, the lines were down and I couldn't telephone her. There was some water in the carburetor.
You said Roger.
The poor girl's frantic and thinks you've left her for another. Here, I put her on.
It can't be Roger.
But it is. Yeah, come on, talk to him yourself.
Oh, thank you. Hello? Roger?
Hello, Lambkin. I was just telling
it's
Mary...
Roger. It really is.
Hello, Galloway here.
Dave, I have to ring you.
Oh, you little fool, what did I tell you?
Oh, no, please be kind to me.
Well, what is it?
The most dreadful thing.
Police? Not yet already, surely.
I wish it was. No. Roger telephoned me at Mary's place.
Roger telephoned you? You're going out of your mind.
Mary talked to him, too.
Look, where Roger is, there are no telephones. Now, take a bus to Center Square. I'll be waiting in my car with the engine running. Don't dress like a Paris model, please. Just wear an old raincoat and no makeup. Now, try to look as unlike a bird of paradise as you can and as much like an ordinary housewife as you can, right?
Dave.
Hello, Lucy. Now, what is all this nonsense about?
My nerves are going. Dave, I spoke to Roger on the telephone.
Lucy, somebody impersonating Roger.
No. Look, Dave, who would have known but Roger himself? Who would have known to telephone Mary, his sister? Who else would have known that Roger had stayed away all night? Who? And I know you don't love me. I'll be punished.
Please.
And that isn't the worst. It's knowing he's there somewhere, just out of sight or touch, laughing at his
Lucy, please, Lucy, quiet.
You don't love me. You never did.
But, darling, please, I don't think I'm living under a terrible strain, too. I've been trying so hard not to love you, so that if anyone said your name, my pulse wouldn't beat any faster. Until we can be together, always.
It don't matter much now.
But when we get out of the traffic, we can stop and talk, right? Now, Lucian, you must try to understand. If things happen as you say they did, well, I can't explain it. Unless it's a fact that if a person dies, suddenly, that is, well, the personality fades, but does not die itself instantly.
Take me home, please, Dave.
You know I can't, Lucy.
I can't walk. Then take me to the police. I can talk there. I can cleanse my conscience. I didn't think I had one.
My poor girl. You're under quite a strain, aren't you? But just think of Sergeant Thompson, the desk sergeant down at the station. A sympathetic man. And so is Chief Inspector Mullins, but they are the two figures at the portals where the crowd file in to watch the show, you know, where the judges sit and the jury lick their lips eager to hand down their verdict. Thumbs down, let them die. Lucien, I'll take you home now. I'll drop you at the corner. After all, am your husband's friend. Remember, he's still supposed to be alive. Now, try to sit it out, but ring me if you have to. If you have to. Either at home or at the office. After all, come to think of it, if your husband had left you, you'd go to a male friend for advice, wouldn't you? That's natural enough.
You still love me. You don't know how much that means.
Oh, just keep a grip on yourself, and we'll meet again somewhere, right? Then this nightmare will be over. I'd better take you home now, I suppose.
This way, Inspector Carney.
Thanks. I've a difficult sort of inquiry to make, if you understand me. Concerns your brother, Roger. He would be your brother, wouldn't he? Mr. Roger Harkness.
Yes, Roger's my brother. What's he been doing?
Where is he, Miss?
Well, I don't know. He had a small misunderstanding with his wife.
Ah, the so beautiful Lucienne.
Oh, that's right. Do you know her?
I know everybody. But where is Roger?
I wish I knew.
Worrying, isn't it? It worries you and it worries me. Yes, very worrying.
But what on earth has he done?
Made himself conspicuous, Miss. Conspicuous, that is, by his absence, if you understand me.
There we are, Lucy, right at your own doorstep. Don't forget, now try and stay collected, huh?
Oh, my darling, you've cleared the shadows for me. Oh, bless you. I can... Dave?
What's the matter?
The man watching my front door.
Why?
Well, you can just see him on the corner. Dave! It's Roger!
Tell me, Miss Harkness, did you ever read the great William Shakespeare?
Yes, Inspector, but I don't see what he has to do with my brother's disappearance.
Very enlightening for a detective, Shakespeare is. Julius Caesar is a very credible murder case, and so is Macbeth. Strong motive and the lot. And the thing that catches murderers.
Murderers?
Yes, guilt. Not remorse, guilt. All the perfumes of Arabia can't sweeten this little hand. Not that my hand is little, you understand, but women have little hands. Lucienne has a small hand and dainty.
Are you trying to tell me Lucien killed my brother?
And another thing about Shakespeare, he was red hot on the supernatural, signs and portents and such. Like a tall man carrying a sack through the rain. Like a workman's shed broken into and a pick and shovel stolen on a pouring wet night.
What are you trying to say?
And great Caesar's ghost doomed for a certain time to walk the night. Now, tell me, who steals shuttles on a wet night? And why? To dig up the allotment? No, miss. I won't buy that.
Please tell me plainly what you suspect.
Funny business. Or dirty work. No decent petty thief ever stole a shovel in the rain. Crime statistics drop sharpish if it pours cats and dogs. Look here, in my notebook. Report of tool-shed robbery. We've discussed that. Mrs. McGinnis sees a well-dressed man carrying a large and heavy sack to a car. Why, I wonder? Is it a hobby or something?
Can't you tell me what you're after, Inspector Carney?
I've nothing but suspicions. I need more to dig up all that lovely new water pipe. My idea was that you might be able to tell me where your brother is. Or say you were worried about his disappearance.
His wife said he left her on Wednesday, the day of the storm. She came round the next morning to tell me her sad news, that he'd left her for another woman.
Ah, and it was Wednesday night when the storm was at its worst that Mrs. McGinnis saw the well-dressed man with a large sack.
Well, my brother wasn't in the sack, because I spoke to him on Thursday morning.
In person?
On the telephone.
Any possibility of it being a double? Somebody faking his voice?
Not a chance, Inspector, and I should know.
Well, I'm glad to say there goes my murder case. I'll be getting along. Do you know a man called Dave Garraway?
He's a friend of my brother's. Or rather, of Lucien.
Ah. A very good expression for a detective, that, Miss Harkness. full of implied wisdom and secret knowledge. And what does it mean? Nothing. But I'm baffled. Honestly, I am. Thank you, Miss Harkness. So you spoke to him Thursday morning. I can let myself out.
Export department?
Dave, I must see you.
That's impossible, Lucy.
I must. He's here.
Listen, the big boy is here, the general manager. No, madam, I'm sorry. That bottle is out of stock.
He's standing on the corner, Dave. He's wearing his old raincoat. His hat's on the back of his head.
You mean?
I mean Roger. I'm watching him. He's leaning on the lamppost.
Look, I'm coming round as soon as I can. Could you be mistaken?
No. Oh, but he's gone.
What?
I took my eye off him for a moment.
Poor kid, your nerves are all shot to pieces.
What can they do to you?
Ghosts, they can't harm you, Lucy.
They can drive you mad, can't they? They can kill you that way.
I'll be over as soon as I can. I'll bring something to steady your nerves. I can't talk anymore.
Getaway?
Yes, Mr. Smee?
There's a gentleman from the police to see you.
From the police?
I hope it's all right, Getaway.
Why, just something I must have witnessed, sir, I suppose. Where is he, sir?
In my office. Now, you'd better see him there. His name is Carney. Inspector Carney.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Hello, Garraway.
Hello yourself. What exactly do you mean by coming to my office?
Where's Roger?
Roger Harkness? Why ask me?
We'd like to know which bit of the water main to dig up.
What are you talking about?
Never mind. I know all I want to from you, thanks. I never forget a face, Garraway. Or a record.
My record? Look, I'm clean, Carney. If you want to dig out my record, go and play it on your gramophone.
Afternoon, Garraway. Shocking bad manners, even for a murderer.
Lucy, Dave.
Dave, I was going mad. Mad, where were you?
Shaking off the police.
The police?
Just get 2 glasses, and we're not dead yet, huh?
Where's your car?
Dane Street.
You walked here?
Through Garden Passage and across the court.
You saw nobody?
Nobody.
Look towards the court.
What?
Don't pass the curtains too obviously.
All right. Yes. I see his face in the light. It's him, all right. I must have walked right past him and I didn't see him.
What shall we do?
Well, that's Roger Harkness or his ghost. I'm not afraid of either of them. I despised him when he was alive, and I'll get the glasses. Here we are. 15-year-old stuff. Take a good drink. Come on, and brace yourself.
We're done for, Dave.
Well, perhaps. Here's health. Police been here?
No. Why does he wait like that? Why does he want to drive me insane?
You shot him dead, remember?
You told me
All right,
to.
let's not quarrel. Lucy, they're going to dig up the pipeline.
I'll look quickly. Dave? He's coming across the road.
That's absurd.
Absurd, you say? Let me tell you, it's killing me to hear you say absurd. The ghost of a dead man at the door. And you say absurd.
The ghost of the man you killed.
You told me.
All right. Control yourself, you fool.
Oh.
I'm going to open the door.
No, don't open it. Don't open it.
Roger? It is you, Roger?
Of course, my dear chap. And there's my murdering little wife, bless her. And an excellent bottle of brandy.
I propose we have a pleasant drink to celebrate my return to the land of the living. It's with no suggestion of irony that I raise my glass to you, Lucien. Good health. Even if you did kill me. What a woman. She's fainted again.
Come on, lads. Dig, please. I know there's something there.
Well, sir, we've exposed a lot of this pipe.
Don't sound so clinical, Sergeant. You're not doing a post-mortem, you're just digging.
Oh, very well, Inspector Carney, sir. I've never known you wrong yet.
My friend, give the forces of evil a kick in the pants, and let the forces of good win for once.
But you aren't dead. You aren't dead.
It was blank ammunition. Dave and I were going to split the boodle. My insurance, you know, sweetie. You were for the high jump, my pet.
But why? What have I done to you?
You bored me beyond extinction.
Well, for your information, Dave loves me. Don't you, Dave?
Well, Lucian, you know I do.
Oh, stop it. Let's level up all round. Dave, Lucienne has a head on her shoulders. Let's not fool with this thing. Lucienne, my dearest, Dave has a lovely wife, name of Carol. Red-headed girl. Very lovely, if you like the touch.
Tell me it isn't true, Dave.
What is it?
Of course it's true. He loves her, and that's all, Lucienne. But the game's up. I know when I'm licked. That's why friend Carney is digging up every inch of the pipes. So I show myself to him, cancel the contract, and quit.
Oh, you're cheap and filthy, both of you. Do you hear me?
The gun was loaded with blanks. Dave, your lover, my dear, disposed of my unhappy corpse.
You devil!
Ah, that will be Carney, my friend. On cue as ever.
Carney?
They've dug up half the plumbing around here.
Why didn't you tell me before?
Well, I'm not there, am I? It's rather a waste.
Open up! This is the police. I know you're in there.
Roger, let him in.
As you like, Dave.
Lucian. Darling, Luce. Please try to understand. I did love you. I do love you. This swine here, Roger, sold me for his own safety. I saw the opportunity for us to be together, darling, legally.
Legally? With your red-headed wife?
Come in, Inspector. You going to arrest me?
No. He's come to arrest me.
Come on, Galloway. I hope you'll come quietly, for I'm tired out.
What do you want?
For the murder of the little lady found dead in that cruel grave in the clay. The red-headed pretty girl. I want you, Galloway, for the murder of your wife.
The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too, tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, The Silent City.
For 15 years, George Malcolm had been a reader for the Latimer Publishing Company. 15 years plowing through the tangled syntax, the dull metaphors, the silly little scribblings of people who think they can write without learning how, and he was sick of it. Why, George Malcolm knew more about writing than they ever would. However, he hadn't been able to sell that idea to his boss, Mr. Latimer, though he'd tried time and time again without success. Yes, George Malcolm knew the meaning of the word frustration too well. But on that morning early in April, as he walked into Mr. Latimer's office to try again, George didn't realize that he would also soon learn the meaning of the word murder.
Mr. Latimer?
Oh, yes, George, you wanted to see me.
Yes, sir. I've written a few chapters of a new novel.
Oh, now, George, really, you haven't been writing again.
Oh, this time, Mr. Latimer, I think I've hit on something.
Look, we've been all through this before. You write well, yes.
Yeah, if you'll only let me tell you about it, sir.
All right. Tell me about it.
Well, it's about a sea captain, a young man from Boston, the year 1805. He sails for the South Seas.
You ever been to sea, George?
What, sir?
You ever been to sea?
Well, no, sir.
What do you know about sailing ships, the South Seas?
Well, I suppose I know as much as the next fellow, enough to get by.
Enough to get by? George, listen to me. You're a good reader. You can spot talent at 10 paragraphs in someone else's manuscript. But when it comes to writing, your stuff just doesn't have the heart. You just won't write about things you know.
Won't you even read what I've written, sir?
Oh, very well. Leave it on the table on your way out.
It's the same old runaround, isn't it, George? You're burning with rage as you leave Latimer's office. Walk between the stacks of new novels, bright in their gaudy jackets. And seeing them, you know that more than anything else in the world, you want your name on books such as these. And you don't care how it gets there. When you reach your desk, you find it piled high with manuscripts. You begin to leaf through them, thinking more of how your $100 a week looks stacked beside the royalties of a bestseller than what you're reading. And then deep at the bottom of the stack, you find a manuscript typed on cheap bond. You're about to toss it aside when the title catches your eye. The Silent City, a novel by Mary Jordan. You lean back in your chair and begin to read.
There is a city we see and a city we hear, and the silent city of terror. There is the crying gargoyle that lies behind the laughing face of the silent city. There is frustration here for the big and small. Well, not bad. Not bad at all.
It interests you, doesn't it, George? Hastily you glance through the first few chapters. There are some mistakes in construction and approach, but the talent, the heart is there. The mistakes can be corrected. And how you wish you had written this novel. You turn back to the top sheet.
What's the matter, George? You've hardly said a word all evening. Haven't you been listening to me?
Oh, I'm sorry, Ilka.
Has the mind rejoined the body?
Yes, sure, baby.
Can't waste our date just daydreaming, huh?
Oh, some date bringing you to a cheap joint like this. I'm sick of these places, Ilka.
What?
But it won't always be like this, darling. Someday we'll be sitting on top of the world, the two of us.
I know, honey. I haven't been complaining.
No, you've been swell, but I mean it. It won't always be like this.
Oh, you've been thinking?
I've been thinking about writing another book.
I thought so. Mention it to your boss. What's his name, Latimer?
Oh, Latimer. He would know a good novel if you hit him over the head with it. Why, that old goat can't see any farther than the tip of his cigar. Your stuff just doesn't have the heart, George. You just won't write about the things you know, George. Why, I could bash his ugly...
Take it easy, darling. Take it easy. You'll have everybody in the place gawking at us.
Let him gawk.
Your new book. What's it about?
Well, I'd rather not tell you about it now, Ilka.
Surprise, huh?
Yes. Yes, that's it.
Well, darling, whether you ever write the great American novel or not, it wouldn't make any difference to me.
It would to me. Just one book, Ilka. That's all I need to break the ice. One good novel.
Perhaps the novel you're going to work on, George. Perhaps that'll be it.
Yeah. I've got a hunch it will be.
After you take Elka home, you walk the streets for a long time, thinking about the silent city, Mary Jordan, and Beachmont. It's a desperate chance to take, isn't it, George? And you're afraid to think of the consequences. It's almost 2 a.m. when you return to the downtown district. And suddenly up ahead you see the red neon sign flashing on and off over the wide doors. It's like an answer, and you know what you're going to do. You hurry inside the depot, then to the ticket window.
Yes, sir?
When is the next bus pulling out north on the main line?
Not till 3:30. Get you up to Goldfield by noon.
I'm not going that far. Give me a ticket to Beachmont.
With the prologue of The Silent City, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. Friends, you've heard me tell about the more thorough, more conscientious attention cars get at Signal service stations, because each Signal dealer owns his own business and has a personal interest in pleasing you. Well, typical of this is the free inspection of your radiator and cooling system, now being offered by Signal dealers throughout the West, from Canada to Mexico. You see, as a car grows older, its radiator may become clogged with rust and sludge, or develop small leaks. To correct such conditions, Signal dealers offer a complete radiator service. They have special rust and sludge dissolving compound that restores your radiator's cooling efficiency but can't harm the metal. If your radiator has any small leaks, your Signal dealer has radiator sealer that stops them in a jiffy. And in any case, even with new cars, it's wise to add rust preventive that protects both radiator and motor from future corrosion. So the next time you stop at a Signal station, be sure to ask for your free radiator inspection. This is just another in our complete line of Signal safety services, each designed to help your car run better, look better, and last longer. And now back to the Whistler.
And so, early Saturday morning, a few hours before dawn, you're aboard the bus rolling north toward Beachmont, and Mary Jordan, author of The Silent City. Quite a novel, isn't it, George? It's literature, something you would have been proud to have written. And you're certain of something else, too, aren't you? You're certain that when the book is published, it will carry your name. It's a few minutes after 10 in the morning when your bus arrives at Beachmont, a quiet, sleepy little town just off the main highway. And a quarter of an hour later, you're walking down Miller Avenue, a quaint little side street shaded by huge pepper trees. In the middle of the block, you find the address you're looking for, 375, a flight of wooden steps and a flat upstairs.
Yes?
Miss Jordan? Miss Mary Jordan?
Yes, I don't think I know you.
But I know you, Miss Jordan. That is, I should say, I know your work.
My work.
I'm George Malcolm. I represent the Latimer Publishing Company.
The Oh, yes, won't you come in?
Thank you.
Oh.
I hope I'm not disturbing you, Miss Jordan. I know it's a little early.
No, not at all. I'm sorry, the apartment is... Well, I didn't expect you.
May I sit down?
Oh, yes, please do. Oh, here, I'll get these things out of the way.
So you're Mary Jordan.
Oh, yes. Oh.
Well, we've read your novel, Miss Jordan.
Oh. Oh?
Yes, and frankly, we like it. We like it a lot.
You like it? Oh, I've worked on it so long.
Put in a good many hours on it, huh?
Oh, yes, most of it during the evening. Well, fortunately, I have the flat to myself. It's so much easier to write.
Oh, you live alone?
Yes, that's right. I've only been here in Beachmont a short time. I'm from Illinois.
I see.
And when Mother died, well, there was nothing to keep me back home, and, well, I just thought it would be better if I went out on my own.
Of course, I understand. Tell me, Miss Jordan, what do the good citizens of Beachmont think of your writing?
Oh, they don't.
Well, what do you mean?
I mean, they don't know anything about it.
Oh, they don't.
Oh, no. In a small town like this, they'd laugh at me. Besides, what does a waitress know about writing novels?
So that's where you got your material for the Silent City.
Oh, yes. I met so many interesting people, so I wrote about them. Oh, I've always wanted to write, and it was easy writing about people. I was told always to write about the things I know.
Yes. Now, about your novel, Miss Jordan. As I said before, it's far better than the average. However, we feel it will need considerable rewriting.
Oh, I wouldn't mind rewriting. I wouldn't mind at all.
You'll need help, of course. That's why I came up here to Beachmont, Miss Jordan. It's part of my job, you know.
Oh, then you're really going to publish my novel?
Just as soon as we make all the necessary changes.
Oh, about the rewrite, will I have to go into town?
Oh, no, that won't be necessary. I think we can work better right here. Nice and quiet, no one to disturb us. And the sooner we start, the better.
Well, I don't have to go to the cafe until 5 this afternoon. Then I suppose I could get Margie to work tonight for me.
Yes, why don't you do that? And do you think you could arrange to have every Saturday off from now on? That would fit into my schedule perfectly.
I'll try. I think Margie would be willing to trade days with me. I'll call her right now. She doesn't have to know why.
Good. And, you know, Mary, if I were you, I wouldn't let anyone know you're working on this novel until it's ready for publication.
Oh, I won't tell a soul if you think it's best. Oh, you don't know what it means to me to have my book published.
It means a lot to me, too, Mary.
It couldn't have worked out any better, could it, George? All day Saturday and into the black hours, you sit by Mary Jordan and her typewriter and guide the writing of the Silent City. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning when you decide it's time to return to town. You leave Mary with a handful of notes, suggestions for her to work on during the week while you're gone. When you return to your apartment in town, you tumble into bed without bothering to take your clothes off. It's almost noon when the phone wakes you.
Hello.
Good morning, George.
Oh, Helka.
George, I thought we had a date last night.
Oh, I'm sorry, Helka. I couldn't make it. I was busy.
Well, you could have called me, George.
Yeah, sure, but I was writing, and I just didn't want to be bothered.
Oh, am I bothering you, George?
Oh, baby, listen.
Oh, let it go, George. I don't want to quarrel with you.
Helka, give me a break, will you? I've got a lot on my mind.
Another girl?
Oh, sweetheart, what kind of talk is that?
I couldn't make it any clearer.
Helka, you've got to believe me. I was busy writing.
All right, George. All right.
Now, look, honey. Look, I'm dead tired. Be a good girl and let me finish my nap, huh? I'll see you tomorrow. Okay?
Oh, very well. And, George.
Yes?
If there is anyone else, don't let me know. I wouldn't like it.
Come in, George. Come in.
Your secretary said you wanted to see...
Yes. I want to have a talk with you, my boy. Sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Latimer.
You know that stuff about the sea captain, George? Terrible. But this, my boy, this story about the waitress in the small-town cafe, wonderful. Frustrated people. Bestseller stuff if I ever saw it.
The Silent City?
Wonderful title. And these first 3 chapters are beautifully written.
Well, I'm glad you like them, sir.
When can you give me more? A week? 2?
Well, I can have 3 more chapters next Monday.
That's pretty fast writing.
Oh, I can handle it, Mr. Latimer.
Oh, fine. You know something, George? This work shows great improvement over your past performances.
Oh, I think I've touched on the answer to my writing problems, Mr. Latimer.
Good. Stay with it, my boy. Stay with it.
Well, I will, Mr. Latimer. I will. Frustration, Mary. You've got to show it here. We want the reader to understand what frustration will drive a man or a woman to do.
Yes. Yes, I see what you mean.
Of course you do, and you're doing fine, Mary.
How many chapters have you turned in now, George?
12, Mr. Latimer, and all quite good, too, don't you think?
Yes, excellent. You think we can finish the Silent City by, say, around the 1st of June?
Well, now I don't know.
I tell you what. Suppose you take the rest of the month off, huh? I'm anxious for you to finish the novel. I'd like to start it rolling as a serial in one of the national magazines. Drum up interest, you know.
All right, Mr. Latimer. I'll see what I can do.
Now, I don't want inferior work, but I want speed. And I'm willing to pay for it. Does this check convince you?
$5,000.
A token of our faith. Call it in advance. What do you say, George? 1st of June?
1st of June, Mr. Latimer. 1st of June, you'll have my novel.
You leave Latimer's office, keeping your hand in your pocket, feeling the crisp authority of the check between your fingers. And you know that this is only the beginning. But Mary Jordan, you haven't been wanting to think about that, have you, George? But now you've got to think about it. What's to become of Mary Jordan?
$500? Why, George!
It's all yours, Mary. A token of our faith. Call it in advance. Do you think that will take you away from the cafe?
Oh, I'm as good as through now.
Then what do you say we get right to work? We have a lot to do if you're going to get the novel finished by the 1st of June.
The 1st of June? Oh, I'm sure I'll have it finished by then.
Days flow into weeks, and as you sit there making notes for Mary to follow at the typewriter, you're a little surprised with yourself. You're actually beginning to feel a little sorry for her. Too bad that things have to turn out this way. But you can't think about that now, can you? The book is more important, and it must be finished. Then a week before deadline, you drop in and see Latimer again.
Well, George, we're almost finished, aren't we?
Yes, I'm just about ready to wind up my first novel, Latimer. Just about ready to wind it up.
Good. You know something, my boy? I've mentioned your novel to a friend of mine. He's with one of the big motion picture studios. Just sketched the idea briefly to him, and he's crazy about the Silent City.
Oh, he is, eh?
Naturally, I told him I'd have to talk to you before we went ahead with anything.
Well, naturally.
You know what it means, of course. Why, they'll pay a fortune for your novel, and what publicity. My boy, take my word for it. In another few months, you'll be sitting on top of the world.
Hello, Mary.
Oh, George, come on in. I've been waiting for you.
Well, I'm sorry I'm so late, Mary. I had a lot of things to do in town, you know, and I missed the bus, too. Say, isn't that a new dress?
Uh-huh. You like it?
Wow. Turn around. Very pretty. And say, what's this? The table's all set, candles. You're not expecting someone, are you?
Oh, just a little celebration for the two of us. I thought it would be nice if we had dinner.
Oh, yes.
We should celebrate, shouldn't we?
What? Oh, what do you mean?
Well, you'd already made your final note, so I thought I'd surprise you. I worked all last night after you left, and most of the day, and I finished the last chapter.
You finished it?
Yeah. Oh, I knew you'd be surprised. I made up my mind last night. Oh, you've been so wonderful about everything, so I decided I'd finish up that last chapter if it killed me.
You glance over the completed chapters on the desk next to the typewriter. And then you look at Mary, standing there in the middle of the room, in her bright new dress, glowing with pride. You hadn't expected the end to come so soon, now that you're faced with it. You've got to do it now, before you change your mind. You remove the silk scarf from your neck. Tie a knot in it. Mary has her back to you. She's fussing around the dinner table. And slowly you cross the room toward her.
Call silverware, George. That's all I have. Oh, gosh, I should have bought some rolls, too. I guess we can get along without...
Yes, it's all very sad, isn't it, George? But it had to be done. You pick up the final chapters of The Silent City, stuff them into your briefcase, along with all the other papers on the desk. You can't leave a single trace of The Silent City here, can you? Then one last thing before you leave. You step to the dinner table and blow out the candles. You hurry down the stairs and out into the dark, deserted street. A few yards up the block, a car is parked at the curb, but you pay little attention to it. And then as you walk past it, you stop in your tracks.
George?
Huh?
George.
The voice is familiar, isn't it? Yes, very familiar. You turn and walk slowly to the car.
Hello, George.
Elka, what are you doing here?
You mind if I ask you the same thing?
So you've been following me. You've been...
Uh-huh. I know all about your little trips to see Mary Jordan. At least that's the name on her mailbox.
I wish you hadn't done it, Elka.
Get in, George. I'll drive you back to town. We have a lot to talk about, don't we?
Yes. We have a lot to talk about.
Oh, hello, Mr. Malcolm.
Hello, friend. How's everything?
You know how it is afternoons. Kind of quiet, just the regular customers. Bourbon like always, Mr. Malcolm?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Malcolm, I seen something in the papers a little while ago. That that lady used to come in here with you a lot, Miss Robinson. I heard you call her Elka.
Yes.
Funny. I mean, it's a kind of unusual name. That's why I remember. Well, in the afternoon paper, there's a story about...
That's right, Fred.
Oh, gee, that's tough. What do you suppose happened?
Well, just as the papers say, I guess. Evidently drove her car off the road.
Lost control, huh? Went into the river and drowned. Oh, gee, that's tough. Well, that's the way it goes.
Uh-huh. That's the way it goes, Fred.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, for the benefit of you who missed last week's Whistler, I want to repeat what we honestly believe is today's greatest tire value. I'm referring to Signal Dealer's new price on Lee Deluxe 4-ply tires, just reduced from $15.25 to only $12.95 plus tax. Imagine only $12.95 for a nationally advertised top-quality tire in the popular 616 size. Other sizes proportionately low-priced. If you've been comparing prices, you know that $12.95 is actually less than the second-line price of some tires. But this is not a second-line tire. In fact, Lee of Conshohocken has never in 45 years made anything less than top quality. And today's Lee Deluxe 4-ply tire, which Signal Dealers are now featuring at $12.95, is the same quality, has the same patented double-life cord construction, which made Lee tires outstanding among leading brands. So if you're going to be needing tires, save by taking advantage of Signal's special for your summer driving safety. Get your Signal Dealer's trade-in offer for your old tires now. See for yourself that for value plus quality, your best buy today is the top-quality Lee Deluxe tire, which Signal Dealers are now featuring at only $12.95. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, George, you can rest easily now. It's all over. There isn't a soul alive who can trace you to 375 Miller Avenue, Beachmont, and to the murder of Mary Jordan. There's a small news item about it in the afternoon paper. The same edition that carries the story of Elka's accidental death. That was unfortunate, too, wasn't it? But then Elka was the link, the only link connecting you with Mary Jordan. And that link had to be broken. Now the novel is finished. Your novel, George. And soon you'll be seeing your name on that stack of gaudy jackets. Yes, that's what you've wanted all along, isn't it? Early Monday morning, you walk into Latimer's office with the final chapters of The Silent City.
Good morning, Mr. Latimer. How's the old... Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were busy.
Come in, George. Come in. George, this is Lieutenant Bates of Homicide.
Hello, Mr. Malcolm.
Well, how are you, Lieutenant? Look, if you gentlemen are discussing something, I'll come back another...
This concerns you, Mr. Malcolm.
Oh? It's about the Silent City, George.
Your novel, isn't it?
Why, yes. Yes, it is.
A girl was just found murdered up at Beachmont. Mary Jordan. Ever hear of her?
Jordan? Mary Jordan? No.
No, I'm afraid not, Lieutenant.
Never heard of her, huh?
No.
Okay, Mr. Latimer. Read him the letter.
Letter? Well, what letter?
I received it Saturday morning, George. It's from Mary Jordan.
What?
Says something about putting it in the book, wanting it to be a surprise, repaying you.
Read him the last part of Miss Jordan's letter, Mr. Latimer.
To the man who spent so many unselfish hours aiding me in writing my first novel, The Silent City, in gratitude, this book is dedicated to George Malcolm.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at the same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Wally Mayer and Sarah Selby. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Gilbert Thomas and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint, as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler. And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, rated tops in popularity for a longer period of time than any other West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Tough Guy.
The white-thatched community sat quietly sweltering under a broiling South American sun as a battered taxi swerved off the highway in a cloud of thick red dust and clattered up the main street. Larry Sands sat huddled in the rear of the cab, wishing he was back at his desk in the offices of Pacific Airways in San Francisco. Nervously, he puffed on his cigarette, and his eyes shifted from one side of the street to the other, searching the faces, peering into doorways, probing the shadows. Finally, the ancient vehicle groaned to a stop in front of a neat two-story building. Larry Sands dismissed his driver and hurried into the hotel. The clerk looked up from his newspaper and smiled.
Good afternoon, senor.
I'm Larry Sands, Pacific Airways. You received my message?
Oh, Senor Sands, see, the room is ready for you. Welcome to Hotel Vergano. I am Fernando Peralta, the manager. It will be a pleasure to serve you, senor.
Okay. How about taking me up to my room?
Your luggage, is this all you...
Yeah.
I will have someone take it upstairs.
No. I'll take it myself. Come on.
You wish to go to your room now, senor?
Yes.
But I thought perhaps after the long journey the senor would care to visit the hotel.
I said I want to go up to my room.
As you wish, senor. I will get the key. This way, senor. Across the patio. May I ask how long you intend to stay, Senor Sands?
2 or 3 weeks. It depends.
Oh, I thought perhaps you would be with us until the airfield was finished.
Oh?
It's a surprise that I know, senor. There is not one man, woman, or child here who does not know that you're here to supervise the building of the new airfield.
How do you mean?
Well, senor, workers will have to be hired, the land must be cleared, the buildings. All this means much to our town.
I see.
This place where you are to build the field, senor, I know it well. You have been there?
Not yet.
During the war, that is, the revolution of 1938, it was an airfield then. The government forces used it as, here we are. You have heard of the revolution of 1938, Senor Sands? Huh?
Yeah, I heard about it.
There we are, senor. Is it not a beautiful room? The windows here overlook the plaza. There is a cooling breeze. I will open the windows a little more.
No.
I beg your pardon, senor.
Lock them.
But, senor, it is so warm
Lock
here.
the windows.
As you wish, senor.
Tell me, you serve meals here?
Of course, senor. There's the dining room downstairs. If you wish, I will see that a table
That
is
won't be
ready.
necessary. I'd like to have my meals sent up to my room. And if anyone calls me, I'm not in. Is that understood?
You are not in, senor?
I don't want to be disturbed. No matter who it is, I'm not in. That clear?
It is clear, senor Sands.
All right. Just be sure you remember.
What is the matter, senor?
There. The picture. Who put it there?
Picture? What picture, senor?
There. On the table. Where did it come from?
I do not know, senor. I did not see it before.
You're lying.
Senor, I swear I have never seen this photograph before. Why? It is a picture of you, Senor Sands. To my darling Teresita, with all my love, Larry. Senor, you must believe me. I have no idea why
Call that cab driver back. I'm leaving.
Leaving? But, senor...
You heard what I said. Find that cab driver. I'm getting out of here. Now.
With the prologue of Tough Guy, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. But first, 2 don'ts for tire buyers that may spare you grief and save you dollars. 1.
Don't accept inferior second-line tires when you can now buy top-quality Lee Deluxe 4-ply tires for only $12.95 plus tax at Signal dealers.
And 2.
Don't pay over $12.95 for a top-quality tire, because $12.95 will now buy a nationally advertised Lee of Conshohocken tire at Signal dealers throughout the West, from Canada to Mexico.
Yes, you heard right. Only $12.95 for a top-quality Lee Deluxe tire, backed by a 1-year road hazard guarantee. That's in the popular 616 size. Other sizes proportionately low price. I'll admit that $12.95 sounds low for a top-quality tire, and it is low. It's your Signal dealer summer driving special on the same tires that only 2 weeks ago sold for $15.25. Tires with the same patented double-life cord construction that has made Lee outstanding among leading brands. So see how much Signal dealers will offer you for your old tires now. See why more and more drivers who have compared quality and price agree.
Today's best tire buy is Lee Deluxe 4-ply tire. Top quality for only $12.95 plus tax at Signal dealers.
And now back to the Whistler. It was a mistake, wasn't it, Larry, coming back to South America? And your only thought now is to get away, as far away as possible. Yes, Pacific Airways will just have to send someone else to supervise construction of the airfield. Nervously, you pace up and down your room, waiting for the return of the hotel manager. He's been gone 10 minutes. Surely he'd have found a cab by now. Quickly, you go to the window, look down into the street, almost deserted in the hot afternoon sun. Your eyes sweep across the plaza, settle on a low white building at the corner, the Cantina. It was called the Blue Grotto in those days, wasn't it, Larry? That was 10 years ago in 1938. You were so very young then, hungry for adventure. There was a revolution here, and the government was hiring pilots as fast as they could find them. You remember well, don't you, your first night here, sitting at the bar of the Blue Grotto.
Pardon, senor. May I sit here?
Sure. Help yourself.
You are Larry Sands, are you not?
That's right.
I saw you at the airfield this morning with the Comandante. You are going to fly with us, no?
Why not?
My name is Antonio. Antonio Barra.
Oh, so you're Antonio, huh?
The Comandante told you about me, huh?
Yeah, you're pretty good.
Is that all?
He said you had the heart of a sentimental female, but in the air you were a terror. How about a drink?
In a moment, senor. Thank you.
He also said you like to watch over your boys like a mother hen. About this, I shouldn't get sore.
So?
So we'll see.
Have you ever been in combat, Larry?
Nope. But I've seen a lot of movies.
Tell me, I'm curious. Why do you come here to fight for my people?
Your government's paying me $1,500 a month with a bonus for every ship I knock out of the air. Does that answer your question?
I suppose it does. Yes.
I don't know anything about politics. I don't know who's right, who's wrong in this fracas. If you tell me your side is right, that's good enough for me.
I see.
Does that make you sore?
No.
When this rat race is over, I'll find me another war. There'll be one someplace. Always is.
Larry, you know something?
Hmm?
You are, I think, not so very tough.
What?
But I like it. I think also we will get along. Now you buy me that drink, huh?
you hurt? Relax, Tony. I'm all right. What's everybody getting so excited about? I brought this kite back, didn't I? What's a few slugs in a beat-up job like this?
It is not the ship we worry about, Larry.
Okay. Okay.
Larry, the next time you may not be so lucky. Sure. Will you never learn, Larry? I have told you, when you are up there, look around. Look around all the time. Never stop for a moment.
I know. I forgot it. If it hadn't been for you, those two would have blasted me right out of the sky. Thanks, pal. Thanks.
You will learn, Larry. You will learn.
Not fast enough. $500 for every ship I knocked down. I've been here a month now. Not a single plane to my credit.
The money again. Always it is the money that is most important.
You found anything better?
Listen, Larry.
Look, I'm in no mood for a lecture. Come on down to the village. I can stand a few drinks.
All right, Larry. All right.
Hey, big turnout at the grotto tonight. Now, what are they doing? Giving away pickle dishes?
What do you mean, Larry?
Skiv it. Just an old American custom. Now, here's the table.
All right.
Hey, sweetheart, how about some service?
Oh, good evening, senores. May I help you?
Teresita.
Hello, Antonio.
Teresita, it is good to see you again. Where have you been? How we worried for you.
I thought you knew.
Not a word we had of you. Suddenly our little Teresita is gone. Our little mascot vanished. The boys are heartbroken.
Oh, but there are so many other girls.
None like you. Oh, no. Look at her, Larry. Is she not beautiful? Oh, pardon. Teresita, this is my good friend, Larry Sam. He is one of us now.
Senor Sam.
Hi, Teresita.
You must tell me what happened to you. Why did you desert us?
My parents, I have not heard from them since the war started. We are from the north, you know. And when the war began, we were separated.
Yes, I know about that. Then you came here.
A month ago, I heard from a friend. My father had been seen in Rio Norte. That is where I have been looking for my father. I did not find him.
Oh, I am sorry, Chica. I am very sorry.
Well, now that everything's settled, how about the drinks, sweetheart?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I bring them right away.
Brandy.
The same, Chica.
I will be back in a minute.
It is sad, no?
Yeah. I thought we'd never get our drinks. Hey, look, is she really the mascot of our outfit?
She's more than that, Larry. I tell you something she does, Larry. She has pictures of all the pilots. She collects them. They are on the walls of her room. And every night she prays for us.
So?
Someday I think your picture will be there also.
Sure. I can hardly wait.
Still the big tough guy, huh? All right, Larry. We'll see.
The next few months are exciting ones, aren't they, Larry? Flying the battered government planes. Their raids deep into enemy territory, bombing missions, night patrols. And Antonio is always nearby, watching over you like a mother hen. You find yourself thinking more and more of Teresita. And you see her every time you go to the Blue Grotto. And then one evening, as you and Antonio enter the crowded cafe, she comes running towards you.
Larry.
Oh, hello, Teresita.
Oh, you did not come last night. And today I hear a pilot is missing.
It is the Frenchman right now.
I did not know. I thought perhaps...
You think it was our amigo Larry who was missing, eh?
Oh, well,
Listen, don't you think I know how to take care of myself? Every time a plane gets knocked off around her, right away everybody thinks it's Larry.
Larry, I did not mean it.
Sure. I know. I'm just a green kid. 4 months without a single plane to my credit. Antonio and the rest of them treat me like a baby. Gotta take care of Junior upstairs. See that Junior doesn't get into a jam.
Oh, you do not understand, Larry. It is because
Teresita, bring us the drinks, and we will sit over here.
Yes. Right away, Antonio.
Here, Larry. Sit down. You know, You are not very smart, Larry. You are not very smart at all, I think.
Look, what is this going to be? Another lecture?
How can anyone be so blind, so blind?
All right. Get it off your chest.
Antonio Barlow. What are you doing here?
The Comandante asked me to find you. Ruiz has been killed.
Ruiz? But that is impossible. He came back with us this afternoon.
I know, but they found him an hour ago in a ditch at the edge of town with a knife in his back.
A week goes by, and the Ruiz murder remains unsolved. While morning after morning you fly the dull patrol over the same low rolling hills bleached for the sun, following the same railroad track, the river, over the plateau, and back to the airdrome. Then one morning, as you return to the field, you stop by the hangar office. Antonio is there with a half a dozen other pilots.
Huh. Never saw a happier bunch of guys in my life. What's the matter, the war over?
Larry, it has happened again.
What now?
We've lost another pilot. This time it was Kruger. He was found in the village this morning, shot to death.
Hello, Larry.
Hiya, Teresita. Any of the boys around?
That's you over there. Is something wrong?
Plenty. Commandante wants to give us a pep talk. We have to report back to the field right away.
What has happened?
Somebody's putting the finger on us, Terry. A week ago, it was Ruiz. Last night, Kruger. Tonight, they found Corelli in the plaza with his throat cut.
Gentlemen, we have lost 3 pilots, all of them murdered. In this morning's raid, we counted heavily on the element of surprise. But as you know, we lost 5 planes, 5 pilots. The revolutionists knew we were coming, and where? They know that our abilities in the sky are greater than theirs, so they send spies to murder our pilots on the ground, to inform them of our plans. I do not know how they identify us, but I must warn you to be extremely cautious. Remain on the airfield. If you must go to the village, go in groups, and do not wear the flying jackets. Nothing in your dress must indicate that you are pilots. Only in this way, perhaps you... ¿Qué pasa?
Enemy bombers! They are over the village!
You rush out of the Commandante's office with the others and make for the hangars. You're at the edge of the landing strip when the first bomb hits. An instant later, the fighters roar over the runway, sweep the field with machine guns, and you dive headlong into the ditch. Again and again, the enemy bombers and fighters crisscross the field. And finally, it's over. You scamper out of the ditch, Antonio at your side. 2 hangars have been completely demolished. A dozen or more planes caught on the ground, blown to bits. You stand there for a moment, listening to the drone of aircraft fading into the night. Then the only sound you hear is the crackle of the flames.
This was the first time they attack us here. It is strange they choose this moment to do so.
Yeah, I'm way ahead of you, Antonio. More than half our fighters and bombers on the ground.
And the same number of pilots assembled in the Commandante's office. Yes, it is indeed strange. A coincidence, no? But we will find out soon, Chico. Very soon. I know.
Somebody's putting the finger on us, Antonio, but good. It's like I told Teresita tonight.
Teresita? You spoke with her tonight?
Sure, when I was rounding up the boys. Hey, wait a minute. Look.
What's the matter?
The village fires. Some of the bombs must have dropped on the village.
A moment. You cannot go. You will be needed here.
You're going to stop me, Antonio?
No. No, I will not try. What are you going about? Go on to the village. Maybe Teresita needs your help. Oh, and Larry.
Yeah?
Like I always said, you are, I think, not so tough.
Teresita! Teresita!
Larry, what are you doing here?
Baby, are you all right?
Of course. Come in.
Went over to the Blue Grotto. It was closed. I got your address from the old woman across the street.
Oh, I'm so glad you come, Larry. The raid, I was worried. You were at the field?
Yeah, saw the fires here in the village. I was worried about you.
Oh, you were worried? About me? Why, Larry?
Guess that's not so hard to figure out. Is it, Teresita?
Oh, Larry.
I guess Antonio had his peg right from the start.
He teased you about the picture.
He said Michael should be up there. For the rest of them.
And will it be there?
Just cinch, sweetheart. Just cinch.
During the next few days, there's great activity at the airbase. The airfield is cleared, the hangars rebuilt, and again you take to the air with Antonio. Faithful Antonio, the mother hen at your side, fighting off attacks, launching wild, desperate raids into enemy territory. And then on the fifth day comes surprising news. News of a government victory in the north. All talk of enemy spies seems to be forgotten. And the following night is the celebration of the Blue Grotto. A dozen or more pilots are there, the laughing, happy villagers, and Teresita by your side. Only Antonio is missing. And as the evening wears on, you notice the unship's glances toward the door. Finally, the door bursts open, and Antonio stands in the doorway. His clothes are torn. There's a deep red gash across his forehead, and his right arm dangles loosely at his side. You watch the blood drip slowly from the fingertips as he makes his way across the room.
Antonio. What's happened to you?
Teresita, I wish to speak with you outside.
Antonio.
Alone.
Oh, wait a minute.
Please, Larry. Wait here.
All eyes in the room are on you, Larry. For a moment, you stand motionless. And slowly, you cross the room toward the door. As you reach it, when you step into the street, you find Antonio standing over Teresita's body, sprawled out on the sidewalk. He looks at you with a blind, vacant stare, and the gun slips from his hand. At the same instant, a police car screeches to a stop at the curb, and you throw yourself at Antonio.
Antonio! Kill Teresita! I'll kill you!
Señor, un momento. Stop it, señor. Stop it.
Please go up. Stop it, I said. Stop it.
Better. Larry, I'm sorry. Believe me, my friend.
Sorry. You killed her.
Listen to me, Larry. Tonight, on my way here, I was attacked. He tried to kill me, like the others. I killed him instead. What? In his pockets, we found 2 photographs. Photographs, Larry. Yours and mine.
Teresita, what?
Photographs. They were the ones we had given her. Don't you see? She was an informer for the revolutionists. These pictures, this is how the assassin was able to pick our men. We, you and I, Larry, we were next on the list. You're lying.
You're lying.
Please, senor. We have been to her room. There were papers there, letters.
No, I can't believe it.
The pilots who have already been assassinated, their pictures, as well as yours and Senor Antonio, they were missing from her collection. No, we did not come here for Senor Antonio. We came for Teresita Madrones. She was a spy for the revolucionistas.
Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, a reminder to you drivers who have not yet taken advantage of this month's free signal safety service. I'm referring to the free inspection of your radiator and cooling system being offered by almost 2,000 signal service stations throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. With summer just ahead, you'll want to be sure that your radiator is ready and able to keep your car cool when the weather is hot. Supposing your radiator has become clogged with sludge and rust, then now is the time to have your signal dealer restore its efficiency with his special radiator cleaning compound. Maybe your radiator has developed pinpoint leaks. If so, you'll be glad to know that signal dealers have Radiator Sealer, which stops leaks quickly. And even though your car is brand new, remember it's just good business to keep rust preventive in the radiator to guard against future corrosion. So take the first step toward trouble-free summer driving now. Stop at your neighborhood signal station this week for your free radiator inspection. There's no better way to see for yourself the more thorough, more conscientious service cars get at signal service stations. And now back to the Whistler.
Yes, Larry, that was 10 years ago. You were a hired pilot flying for the government forces, and the revolutionists were murdering your flyers on the ground. And Teresita, little Teresita, whom Antonio executed as a spy. Now, as you stand at your hotel window, your thoughts are not with the airfield you came down here to build. No. As you stare across the sun-drenched plaza, you realize you never should have come back to South America. And then the footsteps along the hotel corridor bring you back to the present, and to the thought uppermost in your mind: escape.
All right. It's about time the fool found a cab. Listen, how long does it take to...
You have a visitor, Senor Sands. Do you remember me, Larry?
Antonio.
10 years is such a long time, but I have not changed much, huh?
Well, what do you want?
Romero, you will leave us alone. Senor Sands and I have some matters to talk about. It will not take long.
See, and about the, you still want me to call?
There is no other way. Yes. Call the police. We will be waiting.
The police?
Of course. Killing is a matter for the police, is it not?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You should not have left your photograph behind, Larry. After you left here, I think about you. I think about you often. I show your picture to people who once were revolutionaries. They know everything. Then I wait for you to come back.
Now, look, Antonio, if you let me explain...
You could not kill the enemy in the air. So you, my brave little pilot, you send the assassin to kill us, your friends, on the ground.
Oh, Antonio, listen to me.
You became frightened that night at the airfield when I told you we would soon find the spy. To save yourself, you decided to make poor Teresita, who loved you, look like the spy. You put the letters in Teresita's room, stole the pictures from her.
Now, look, I was just a kid. I didn't know what I was doing. I wanted dough. They give me $3,000 for every man. Now, listen, Antonio.
No, you listen to me. You're not only a traitor to my country, you're a traitor to your own. The ones you sold out to are the same ones who are plotting revolutions and the overthrow of free governments all over the world. It was clever of you to give your own picture to the man who tried to kill me that night, Larry. Yes, it was clever. It fooled me for a long time.
Antonio, no!
Your life, my friend. The life I have saved so many times. Now I must take it. Tough guy.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Wednesday night at this same time. Brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speed, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were David Ellis and Harry Bartell. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Slick Goodlin and Bob Costin, and music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint as well as The Whistler. Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called Wear the Dead Man's Coat. Let me see. Yesterday, that's 1 day. The day before, that's 2. The day before that, that's 3. 3 days. It's 3 days, all right. The doc was right. So that fixes me. You think it don't? Well, listen. You wouldn't know Kidneyfoot Cassidy, would you? Yeah, of course you wouldn't. You might have seen him if you was ever walking along Canal Street around 6 in the evening in the summertime, or if you was down near Wabash and Van Buren under the L of a winter afternoon. He was the guy that put the bite on you for a dime to get to Oak Park because he'd forgotten and spent his last 15 cents for a magazine. He'd show you the magazine, offer to give it to you for a dime. But you never took it. You slipped him a dime, and a dime, and a dime, and pretty soon you'd have enough to go to Racine if you wanted to. And that's the price of a half pint of the brown stuff in the bottles. He ain't panhandling anymore. He ain't doing nothing. The cops got onto that Oak Park gimmick of his after a while, and Kidneyfoot was a little slow in the head, see? Well, he's been doing that one so long he couldn't work up a new kind of bite, so for quite a while he ain't had many dimes. I used to see him a lot around Wabash and Van Buren, or in the summertime over on Canal Street. Ain't nobody gonna see him anymore. Any place. He's dead. Ain't anybody gonna bawl over Kidneyfoot Cassidy if there's to be any ballin' done bawl over me. 3 nights ago it was. I was coming out of the drugstore there into the L. It was around 12:30. I just had a cup of jam and a donut. Who should brace me but Kidneyfoot Cassidy? He come waddling up, walking like his feet hurt him. That's how he got his name. His right name was Waller. And he put the old Oak Park bite on me.
Pardon me, mister. I gotta get to Oak Park, see, and I spent my last dime.
Hiya, Kidneyfoot.
Oh. Hello, Floyd. Never recognized you. What do you have from the mob?
What mob? Where's your overcoat?
Hmm? Oh, I lost it. You got 2 bits?
How'd you lose it?
Hmm? Oh, I was asleep over there alongside the Polk Street Depot, and somebody took it off me. You got 2 bits?
I got a dime.
I got 14 cents.
Ain't you cold?
Hmm? Yeah, I sure am. Yeah, it's been awful cold, ain't it?
You'll freeze to death.
I'm going to get me a coat tonight.
How?
Hmm? I don't know. I got to get one or I'll freeze to death. Give me the dime, will you, Floyd?
What you been drinking, Kidneyfoot?
Hmm? Oh, I ain't been drinking. Give me the dime and buy 14 cents, and I can get some stuff from a fella over on Plymouth Court.
Yeah, you get to drinking kidney foot, you're sure gonna freeze to death.
I'm going to get a coat.
Well, how?
Take it away from somebody. Come on, let's walk over to Plymouth Court and find a fella and get us a drink. I'm cold.
There was a time when I first come to Chicago. Less than many a year ago, and I was broke and had no place to stay. I was walking along Canal Street one night, and Kidney Foot Cassidy was the only guy in Chicago who took pity on me, bought me a cup of coffee, and left me sleep in his room over on West Madison Street, see? So we've had quite a winter in Chicago this year, and I got a place to stay. I got a room on North LaSalle Street, at least while the dough lasts. And I ain't seen Kidney Foot for a long time, and he's a lot older. The poor guy is starving. What am I going to do? And all I got to say is I wish I hadn't. I got more than a dime I tell him about, and I offered to buy him a cup of java and a hot dog over on South State in the shooting galleries where the dogs are bigger, even if they are staler. The Kidney Foot, he don't go for eating. Drinking is his racket. And it hasn't killed him. He ain't dead. Yet. So I walk over to Plymouth Court with him. That's a little kind of alley off Van Buren between State and Dearborn. It's all full of printing houses. It's dark there at night. Especially this time of night. You could hear his teeth chatter for 2 blocks. Now, this 3 nights ago, see? I say to Kidney Foot, why don't he come home with me? But he ain't interested. All he can think of is a bottle. And I guess, Coke. So, we get the bottle from a little guy in a big overcoat like a Mackinaw with a sheepskin collar that come out from between a couple of buildings in the dark. And after Kidney Foot takes a great big slug out of the bottle, he gets the coat. Kidney Foot was sore because the bottle busted when he clouted the guy, but when he took the coat off him, there was 2 more bottles in the guy's suit coat. Me? I never done a thing. But I couldn't. I didn't have a chance. 1 minute, Kidney Foot is slugging down rock cut. The next minute, the guy is laying on the cobblestones, and the old man's taking his coat. He put it on. He run his hands in the pockets. He wiggled down inside the sheepskin collar, and he laughed.
Hey, I'm warm, Floyd.
I'm standing there with my face hanging out a foot. Warm, I think. Warm. Boy, you're hotter than a pistol. You know, that's the thing. This little guy, you never think he never heard a flea, and he takes this fella like that. I don't need to ask, is he dead? I'm so surprised I can't move. I just popped my eyes. Oh, Kidney Foot, he giggles again.
How you like it, Floyd, huh?
I just say, gig, gig, gig. Then Kidney Foot, he takes another drink of the stuff, and he grabs him by the arm.
Come on, Floyd. Let's go.
Go? Go where?
Up to your place.
Listen.
You're going to put me up for a couple of days, kid, ain't you?
Well, but I...
Kid, look, I just knocked the guy off. I'm hot, kid. Are you my friend or ain't you?
Listen, Kidney Foot,
Who was it staked you when you was a punk right here in town without a nickel, huh? Who was it?
Well, it was you, Kidney Foot, but
What becomes of that, kid? Why, you was right here with me when the guy was knocked off. You know, them cops is awful good persuaders.
Looky here.
I might get all mixed up, see, and put the finger on you. Not meaning to, you see, but, see?
Well, I never done a thing. You know I never.
Yeah, but how long you think them tough guys down at the Bureau will believe that, Floyd? Come on. Leave us go home.
All right, so what could I do? He had me, didn't he? So I took him home with me. All the way over to the streetcar, he was giggling to himself like he was nuts or something. And I never said a word. What was there to say, huh? So when I seen the streetcar coming, I says to him, now listen, I says, cut out that laughing and make a fool of yourself, I says. It's bad enough what you done already without drawing some streetcar connie's attention to you so he'll remember you, I says. So he says, to me. We get in a car and stand on the back platform. We're just crossing Randolph Street when he looks up at me and he says,
Yeah, it sure feels warm, Floyd.
Shut up talking about it.
This is the warmest coat I ever had.
All right, shut up, will you?
About the warmest coat in the world, I bet.
Will you shut up?
Yeah, okay.
Then I notice the streetcar Connie's looking at me as if I'm nuts or something.
I never said nothing.
What?
I said I didn't say anything.
Well, so what?
So don't tell me to shut up, Billy.
I wasn't talking to you.
Well, don't get heavy with me, Billy. If you knew how stupid you look standing there talking to yourself.
I wasn't talking to myself.
Okay, so I'm nuts. Lake Street, next.
Well, I say to myself, the guy must be nuts. Here is Kidneyfoot standing right alongside of me, grinning like a chassis cab, wiggling his neck around inside that fuzzy collar. Can't the guy see? When he was all the way to Division Street where we get off, when I remember the Connie only took one fare from me. We're walking up Division Street towards LaSalle, Kidneyfoot bobbing alongside of me. He's kind of chuckling again down inside his collar. I put it to him. What was with that there streetcar jockey, Kidneyfoot?
How?
He didn't see it.
Didn't he?
He acted like he didn't. Besides, I never paid him no fare for you. And he never asked me.
Funny, huh?
I don't get it.
Well, I ain't very anxious to be seen by nobody.
Yeah. Listen, Kidneyfoot.
What?
Look, you know me. I ain't no angel.
I should say not, kid.
Well, what I mean, listen. I don't like this deal one little bit.
I won't stay long, Floyd.
Well, what I mean, I can't stand no manslaughter rap, see?
Oh, me neither, Floyd.
One more rap and I'm in Joliet from now on.
Me too.
Now, look at Kidneyfoot. Don't be tough on me.
I won't be no tougher than I have to, Floyd.
Well, I mean...
I know what you mean, kid. It's the same difference with me, see? I don't want that Joliet department either.
Well,
So I figured like this. The only out I got is for you to stash me away for a while, see? I got nothing against you, kid, but this here is the only out I got, see?
Yeah, I know.
So you better play ball, see? Or else.
Yeah. Well...
Sure, take it easy, kid. Nobody's going to see me. Nobody's going to put a finger on me.
I ain't going to put the finger on you, Kidneyfoot.
Nobody ain't. Especially you. Because if you do... This where you live?
Yeah. I keep quiet if Miss Freiberg sees you.
Who's that, the landlady?
Yeah. If she sees you, throw the both of us out.
She won't see me.
Well, don't leave her.
The streetcar Connie didn't see me, did he?
Well, but... And you cut that out, did you? What are you laughing at, anyhow?
I just thought of something funny.
What?
And I'll tell you when we get in the room. Is it warm up there?
Yeah, it's all right. Tell me what?
Something my old lady told me once. Come on, open the door.
Keep quiet. Now, don't make any noise. Up the stairs.
Go ahead. You don't have to worry, Floyd. Nobody'll see you. Cut it out.
Come on in, Mike.
Okay. Say, this is fine, Floyd.
Yeah, go to bed and shut up.
Where you going to sleep?
I ain't sleepy.
What you need is a slug of stuff. Then you'll sleep.
No, I don't want none. Take off that coat and go to bed.
Oh, no. No, I don't want to take it off. I like it.
Suit yourself. Only don't make any noise.
Don't you want a drink?
No.
Well, I do. Oh. Better have a snort. Put you to sleep.
Well, I'll have a little.
Sure.
What was you going to tell me?
Huh?
What you was laughing about?
No. Oh. Yeah. This here bed ain't so bad.
Yeah, it's all right.
Better sleeping. It's warmer, too. Oh, this coat.
I'll have a little more of that stuff.
Sure. Fine stuff, huh?
Yeah. What was you laughing at?
Oh. Be quiet. Oh, I have to laugh. You know, my old lady told me once when I was a kid.
Keep it down, keep it down.
Yeah, there was an old saying. There was an old saying. Let me see now. Wear the dead man's coat, none take note. See?
What's so funny about that?
Well, I got on the dead guy's coat. Nobody takes note.
You're drunk.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Give me another slug.
Yeah, sure.
I tell you, you're nuts.
She used to tell me about an old guy. His name was John Thomas Grady, his name was. So John Thomas Grady, he knocked off a judge. This was in the old country. And nobody ever seen him from that day to this.
Yeah? How come?
He put on the dead man's coat.
I don't get it.
People couldn't see him. So, see? He can't see me either.
I can see you.
Nobody else can.
Give me some of that. How can I see you if nobody else can?
Because you was in on it, I guess. I don't know how it works, Floyd, but that's how it is. I'm invisible.
You're crazy in the head. Roll over there. I want to sleep.
I thought you said you wasn't sleeping.
All of a sudden, I am. One more nightcap.
Spread it with you. Yes, sir? Invisible.
Nonsensible.
There was more to the saying. Only I forget.
Well, shut up.
Okay. Wear the dead man's coat and...
I woke up and I was freezing to death. Cassidy, he was all right. He was bundled up in that coat, snoozing away as peaceful as if he had nothing on his conscience. I guess he didn't. Didn't have a conscience, I mean. My head was banging like a boiler factory. That there two-bit whiskey jars your teeth loose if you ain't used to it like Kitty from Cassidy was. Yeah. I sat there on the edge of the bed and I thought. The more I thought, the worse it got. I was stuck. He had me. If I beat, he put the mark on me, and where he went, I'd go too. Didn't do no good to think. Well, because I'm a good guy. Because Cassidy had to have an overcoat. No cop in the world would believe me for a minute. Oh, I need a drink. Bottle's empty. I sit and look out at the brick wall next to the window. I look at Cassidy all warm in his new coat and sleeping the sleep of the just. Yeah, I'm going to wake him up, too. Then there's a rap on the door and it opens and I pretty near jump out of my skin. Boy, am I scared.
Good morning, Floyd.
Good morning, Mrs. Freiberg. I tried to throw the blanket over Cassidy. Good morning.
Didn't you forget something yesterday, Floyd?
Yeah? Forget what? He takes the blanket off.
It was rent day yesterday.
Oh, rent. Cassidy opens one eye and looks at Mrs. Freiberg. Rent day?
What's the matter with you this morning? Got a hangover?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I have. Cassidy makes a face at her.
They smells like a brewery. Well?
Yeah? Oh, yeah. I'll give you the money. Trying to keep eye on Cassidy. How much is it?
You sure have got a hangover, ain't you? It's $4, just the same as it always was.
Okay, $4. Cassidy's climbing out of bed. $4.
Listen, Floyd, I got my cleaning to do. I can't take up the whole morning talking to you.
All right. I reach in my pocket, I take out the $4 and I hand it to her. Cassidy has come out of bed and he's standing right there in front of Mrs. Freiberg, all squidged up in his coat. He's making faces at her. She don't notice a thing.
What are you looking so funny about?
Hangover, I guess. Cassidy's bopping up and down in front of her, grinning like an ape, and she don't pay no mind.
You want a receipt?
Receipt? No, I guess not, Miss Freiberg. I guess not.
What are you up to, Floyd?
Me?
I won't stand for no monkey shines in my house. You know that.
I ain't got no monkey shines.
All right. See, you don't. I'll send David up to make the bed. You better get out and get some air.
Cassidy is doubling up, laughing all the time she's talking. So she goes out and he pretty near busts.
You see? I am invisible. Oh, boy. Why didn't I think of this before?
Well, what you gonna think? He was right there. He done everything but pinch the old lady, and she never seen him. Did you ever hear that before, getting invisible wearing the coat of a guy you killed? Yeah, I never did either. But boy, it's no kidding. Sure. Him and me went out right past the houseboy David. He speaks to me, don't give Kidneyfoot a topple. They walk down the street, and Kidneyfoot deliberately walks right into a guy, and the guy begs my pardon. The guy at Thompson's thought I was cuckoo when I ordered 2 breakfasts. He sure thought we was only me. Kidneyfoot slips his mid into the cash drawer and lifts a couple of $10 bills. He snatches a handful of nickels and dimes from a newsstand. Just like everybody but me was blind to him. And then we're back at the house and we read the newspapers he pinched. There's the item about that fella that got killed. Mystery. And the old chills begin to crawl up my spine when it says the cops have got a clue. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't, but there was 2 of us there. There's only one of us that anybody can see. It's me. All the time, Cassidy's sitting there wrapped up in that coat, that dead man's coat. And I say to him finally, Cassidy, will you take that coat off?
Floyd, I can't take it off.
Why not?
I tried it. It won't come off.
Stop it. Unbutton it and take it off.
Floyd, I tell you, I can't take it off.
Are you kidding?
I'm not kidding. The buttons won't unbutton. I gotta keep on wearing it.
Hey, let me try. Gosh, I can't get it unfastened.
I know you can't, Floyd. I remember the rest of the saying.
What saying?
About the dead man's coat. It's something about how you're dead when you take it off.
We tried all day, every once in a while, to get the coat off him, but there was no soap. You could get a button unfastened, and when you tried the next one, the first one to button all over again. Cassidy got scareder and scareder. And so did I, for that matter. Twice during the day, old Lady Freiberg come running up to see what all the commotion was about. It was Cassidy crying. I always managed to shut him up before she got in the room. Of course, she couldn't see him. By nighttime, I was pretty near nuts. I got him another bottle, and finally he went to sleep, all wrapped up in his coat. Or the guy's coat. Oh, sir, I didn't sleep on that bed with him. I slept in the chair what sleeping I'd done. He woke up in the morning, hollering, I shut him up. I talked to him about how swell it was to be invisible. About how he could get in places, jewelry stores, banks, rich people's houses over on Lakeshore Drive. All the time he kept sitting there, wiggling in that coat. He'd be trying to take it off, and then he'd all of a sudden think about having to be dead to get it off. He'd stop. And I keep on talking about how nice it is to be invisible, and he's fidgeting and not listening much. After a while, an idea come to me. It would be nice to be invisible. And it would be nicer to be invisible and not have Kidneyfoot Cassidy around. I guess my talking to him kind of run down.
What's the matter with you, Floyd?
Me? Nothing.
funny.
Am I?
Oh, give me a drink.
So I give him a drink. I went out and I bought 2 more bottles. 5th. Money was going to be plentiful pretty soon, see? He passed out. He sat there in the dark and thought. Long towards morning, I made up my mind I'd get rid of this guy that was hanging around my neck. And I'd be invisible, too. Man, think about that yourself sometime. The things a guy could do if you can't see him. So it was 7 o'clock in the morning when I went over to the bureau and got out my Georgia boxing glove. You know what a Georgia boxing glove is? Switchblade knife. Blade about an inch long and the palm of your hand is wide. Kidneyfoot was snoring kind of quiet. And I went over to bed. I give him the Georgia boxing glove for a present. The coat come off easy. I put it on, buttoned it up, and I went out for a walk. I wanted to try it out, see? It was a success. I walked all over the loop. I rode streetcars for free. I took a guy's pocketbook right out of his hand. Pretty near noon when I decided to come back to my room and pick up what odds and ends I needed. Oh, but when he see me go in, I went right up to the room. Did I get a surprise? Cassidy was still laying there. He hadn't bled at all. But old Lady Freiberg was there, too, having a cat fit. There was 2 guys with her. One I spotted for a dick right away. You couldn't miss. The other guy was bending over Cassidy. He was a doctor. I seen his grip. Old Lady Freiberg was talking.
I came up to change the bedclothes, and there he was. I don't know how he got in here.
So Cassidy wasn't invisible anymore. But I was. And then the doctor turns around.
How long has this man been here?
I don't know. He wasn't here yesterday.
That's funny.
Funny? How's it funny?
Well, it's funny because this man's been dead for 3 days.
3 days? 3 days? Well, I just killed him this morning.
No, ma'am, I'm sure. He's been dead for 3 days at least.
3 days? It was 3 days ago. He put on a dead man's coat. He's been... I got the coat on now. And... I can't get it off. Listen to Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. The man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And Ed Latimer was our Cassidy. Leora Thatcher played Mrs. Freiberg. And Morton Lawrence, who played the conductor, was also the doctor. The original music for Quiet Please is composed and played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week, Quiet Please, here's our writer-director, my good friend, Bill Cooper.
The story I've got for you next week, I call Sketch for a Screenplay. It's about a man and a woman in an airplane, Hollywood, and a number of other things.
By the way, friends, Mr. Cooper and I have been wanting this chance for many, many weeks to ask you what you think of our broadcasts. We'd very much appreciate a short line from you as to how you're enjoying Quiet Please. Just a brief note. Now, until next week, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please comes to you from New York. This is the world's largest network, serving more than 450 radio stations, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Good evening, friends of the inner sanctum. This is your host to welcome you through the squeaking door. Say, do you ever find that you can't get a certain face out of your mind? Until you do, go out of your mind? Like me and a guy named Joe, for instance. I ran into Joe accidentally the other day over at the city morgue. And Joe's been haunting me ever since. I can't get over the smug way he deadpanned me and then gave me the old cold shoulder routine. I don't want to cry, baby, but I dug down plenty time and again to keep Joe from going under. But no gratitude at all from Joe. Mister, I'm finished with Joe for keeps.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Murder Takes a Honeymoon, was written by John Robert and stars Everett Sloane in the role of George, with Ann Shepard as Mary.
And now for tonight's free lesson in how to improve your scream. Ever get that folksy, woodsy feeling until you're in an absolute frenzy to get away from it all and go native? Well, our honeymooning couple tonight got the urge until they found that living in the country was simply murder. To rhyme it, our twosome found it positively gruesome. Stand by and we'll demonstrate. We're on a milk train somewhere in the east, puffing through the rock and rubble of desolated whistle-stop country. The yellow train lights blink eerily. The hour is sometime between night and morning. One car holds just a young couple. They huddle closely, half asleep, as the train groans into another of its interminable stops.
Raven word! Entering Raven word! Let's stop Lewiston! Raven word!
George, I heard him say Lewiston.
No, Ravenwood. Lewiston's next. Oh, there must be a million of these one-horse towns. What's eating you, Mary? Oh, you look like you've just been declared an orphan.
I feel like an orphan, George. Cold, I'm hungry. So far from home.
We're heading home, kid. At the next stop, there's a farm. More land than you can cover in a day, and it's all yours. Wedding gift from me to you.
I'm sorry, but the country's not for me. I'm a big city girl.
Oh, give it a try, huh? Come on, smile.
George, I'm frightened.
Of me?
I don't know. You've suddenly changed. Buying a farm, packing up without warning and leaving New York. And all in such a hurry.
I'm an impulsive kid. That's how I married you, remember? I dated you blind, waltzed you around once, and boom. On an impulse, I hustled you to City Hall. I bought the farm the same way.
The way it happened, it's as if you were running away from something.
Running to something, kid. I'm tired of the creeps and the phonies and the crumbs. I'm tired of stale beer, cheap movies, and crowds. Okay, skip it. I'm thirsty. You want me to fetch you a drink?
No, thanks.
All right, I'll be back in a minute.
George! George!
Hey, what kids?
George!
You got the jitters.
There was a hand out there in the darkness, reaching toward me through the window.
Oh, kid, your imagination's gone crazy. You're overtired.
George, look.
What's that?
An envelope. Someone dropped it on my lap. Fell to the floor.
Give it to me.
What does it say?
A crank note. Some country idiot's playing Black Hand.
Let me read it. We don't like strangers in Lewiston, especially New Yorkers. Better be smart and read the train schedule back. There's a return train schedule attached to it?
Oh, you look as if you're already on that train back. You scare easy, huh?
How did anyone know we were coming?
Well, that's easy. The real estate man who sold me Raintree Farms no doubt stuck the item in the local papers. Ah, come on. Shrug it off as a crackpot practical joke.
A joke? You really want me to believe that someone drove 10 miles in the middle of the night to warn us off? Just to be funny? I'm laughing.
Winston! Come on, Mary. Grab that other suitcase. Come on, step on it, kid.
Right, your step.
All right, easy does it. There we are.
It's so deserted, George.
Yeah, everybody's asleep.
Well, what'll we do?
Come on, we'll camp under that station shed. It's 9 miles out to Raintree Farms, and we'll need somebody to drive us there.
I may do that.
Oh.
Drive you out. Been waiting half the night for you.
Who are you?
Ben Myers. Busiest park to the side of that shed.
You said you'd been waiting for me?
I did. I'm your neighbor. The shack's just around the bend from Raintree Farms. Thought you and the lady'd be glad not to spend the night in the weather.
Ah, we're glad, all right, but how did you know we were coming?
I read in the papers you bought the old place.
But why tonight? Why not last night or tomorrow? How did you know I was coming tonight?
I've been waiting last night. If you didn't come tonight, I'd watch for you tomorrow. The time ain't worth a leaking bucket. You coming?
Yeah, sure. Come on, Mary.
Here's the busy, son. Try to light my pipe and we'll be going. Bring your face to the light, son. I've seen you before, ain't I?
I don't think so.
You never been around Raintree Farms?
No, I've never seen the place.
Funny, you should buy it, then. Nobody's tried living in Raintree Farm now for 2 years.
Why?
Some say that it's haunted. Some say there's a black curse on the house.
You keep asking questions, kid. He'll have you seeing ghosts coming out of the chimney.
Not ghosts, son, but corpses.
Corpses?
The last couple that tried living in Raintree Corners lay dead in the parlor floor. I seen them with my own eyes. Dead. Nobody ever found out what killed them. Another mile to Raintree Farms, folks.
Go on, kid. Grab yourself 40 winks.
I can't. I daren't close my eyes. George, what was that?
Stop the car. It was a bullet. Someone took a pot shot at me.
Missed you by inches.
Check. Almost a bullseye. Somebody's no slouch with a rifle. What's the angle on this, Myers?
Can't say. Except that shooting comes naturally to these parts. This is hunting country.
In the middle of the night, in the dark?
All night's light enough for shooting. Folks around here'd rather shoot than sleep.
I'm not swallowing that. Somebody tried to kill me.
That's a pretty big idea, son.
Yeah, well, the idea's even bigger. I figured maybe someone waited along that road in ambush and you fingered me. Maybe that's why you waited around all hours at the depot. You were to drive me to my murder.
Yeah, folks. Raintree Farms. House is up that walk.
All right, hand me the luggage, Mary.
Yes. Thanks for the lift.
Your young man ain't thanking me. His head's busy turning with big ideas. Goodbye, son. I'll be coming around, maybe. With some more big ideas.
Look, if I ever see you around here, I'll shoot you full of holes on sight for trespassing.
George,
Yeah?
about that shot on the road coming here, why would anyone want to murder you? You're a stranger.
To keep me away from Raintree Farms, I guess.
Why, if you own it?
Why is a big letter, kid.
George, you're concealing something. Who are you?
George Stretch, your husband.
A stranger to me until 10 days ago. Who are you, really?
Oh, look, kid, you're letting some local crackpot give you the willies. Mary, a guy said something about for better or for worse just before I slipped a ring on your finger. Was it all a lot of idle talk?
No, George. I meant it deep down. I'm sorry.
That's more like it. What do you say we forget the spook stuff and hit the sack, huh? Coming?
Mm-hmm.
Boy, this joint sure needs a loving touch.
And a coat of paint.
Now to find the key. Wrong key. The real estate office mailed me 5 different keys.
George.
Now what?
Somebody's inside. I see a moving light.
Yeah. And footsteps coming to the door.
What are you after, mister?
Well, I was trying to get in. What's the shotgun for?
Protection? You need it, yeah. I've seen you somewhere before, haven't I?
No, you haven't. I've never been somewhere.
Who are you?
I'm George Stretch. This is my wife. We're the new owners. Who are you?
Parker. Willis Parker.
I mean, what are you doing here?
Squatting?
You broke in?
No. I moved in.
Just like that?
Uh-huh. Abandoned place. Loaded down with county tax warrants. I bought a tax warrant and I'm in.
I don't get it.
Squatter's right. Go see a lawyer.
What? You mean you won't get out?
That's right.
On what grounds?
Look, fella. Right now I've got possession of the premises. That's a big chunk of the law around here. And I'm not going to stand out here in the dark arguing it out with you. Now beat it, fella. And take your valises and the dame. You're trespassing.
Now, this is a trick to turn me back.
No arguing with you. Start moving. The next one goes right in your breadbasket, fella. And keep going.
Mary.
Yes, George.
Head for the deep shadows and then drop to your knees and flatten out quick. I'm sick and tired of being shot at.
George, put that gun away.
Down, I said. I'm not heading back with my tail between my legs. Bullseye for me. Who was it that said this was a shooting country?
He's dead.
Oh, gee, I just meant to nick him.
You killed him in cold blood.
In self-defense. He was planning to tail us down the road and blow us to kingdom come.
George, you're making that up. Just as an afterthought.
Am I, kid? Who do you suppose took that shot at us driving up here? And that couple found mysteriously dead, the couple old Myers mentioned. Who do you suppose killed them?
I want the whole truth. Why were you marked for murder?
I said why was a big letter. Got a ditch Parker somewhere.
Ditch him?
Hide him to protect ourselves, then forget that it ever happened and go about our business.
You're not going to the police?
No, I'm going about my business, I said.
George, what are you afraid of?
You got me confused with the answer, man.
I've got to know or I'll lose my mind. Both Ben Myers and Parker thought they recognized you. You have been here before.
Never, I swear, never. They had me confused with somebody else. I'll play along my way for a while. My way is the only way, Mary. Any other way is no good. I'll get that kerosene lamp and follow along. I'm giving Parker squatters' rights to the first big ditch I find. He'll stay put now. Oh, come on, kid. Dry your eyes. You gotta take the breaks as they come and play along, for better or for worse.
For better or worse. Murder and burial. How far can we get together now?
As far as the house, anyhow. That's as far as I want to get. And I don't care how stiff the price is. You get it, Mary? I don't care. set the lamp on that table, Mary. And stop staring at me as if I were some kind of a man-eating monster. You're getting on my nerves.
I'm sorry, George.
All right, that's better. Look around you. What do you see?
The room is a wreck.
Check and double check. The paneling's ripped out. The floorboards are up. Someone started taking the fireplace apart brick by brick. My property buy doesn't look so good, huh?
George.
What?
What does it mean?
Vandals always have a field day with an abandoned property.
No, it means something else.
Check, kid. Parker holed up here looking for something.
And you're looking for something, too.
You're catching on, kid.
That's why we're in this forsaken country. That's why you were marked for murder. What are you looking for, George?
A couple of things. One of them's a stiff. A fresh-faced kid who called himself Johnny Morrow came out here about 2 years ago. He was never seen again. Alive. And you know why, Mary?
Why?
Because he's still here. My kid brother never left this house. Alive or dead. Whoever bricked up this fireplace bricked it up to keep.
George, if you find your brother, what then?
Then I go right for item number 2. The jackpot.
The jackpot?
Do-re-mi, cash. Money piled as high as the Empire State. We parlay the corpse into a fortune. That does it. The hole's big enough to drive a truck through. Bring that lamp over. Closer. Closer, you dummy.
Yes, George.
See what I see? Walled in as if he was part of the building layout. Meet your brother-in-law, Mary. Help me drag him out.
Yes, George.
Set him down over here. When he was a kid, he always came running to me when he got into a jam. There was a year's difference, but we were lookalikes.
That's why the old man and Parker thought they'd seen you before.
Check. They'd seen Johnny.
Who killed your brother?
His partner, a hoodlum named Wiley. Johnny and Wiley had pulled a payroll stick-up, a $50,000 job. Wiley tried to double-cross Johnny. Johnny holed up here with the payroll money. Wiley trailed Johnny out here, tortured him for weeks, and then killed him.
Why did Wiley torture Johnny?
To find out where Johnny had stashed the money. But Johnny never told him. Johnny knew his goose was cooked anyway.
How did you find out these things?
Johnny smuggled a letter out addressed to me through old Ben Myers. The letter said nothing, but said a lot. Small talk, everyday brother stuff. Wrapped around 2 key words. The words were, search me. As kids, we used to play treasure hunt with maps we made up and sewed in the lining of our clothes. $1 gets you 1,000 that Johnny has a map sewn in his clothes. Now you don't have to ask why anymore, kid. But what?
Who was Parker, the man we found here?
A crook who hung around with Wiley.
And all the time that's elapsed, why didn't you come here sooner?
I was busy looking for Wiley for 2 years, across the country and back again, in South America, Mexico. Wiley was always one jump ahead of me. I caught up with him a month ago in Tampico.
You caught up with him? Well, what did you do?
I gave him a dose of what he gave Johnny. And then I killed him. You'd have lost a $1 bet, kid. Same trick we had as kids. Yeah, a map inside his coat lining.
You can read it?
Sure, like the ABC. The dough is buried in a can 5 steps from the back door to the barn. The dough is practically in my hand.
George, you'll have to give the money back.
Back? Huh? And give myself up with it, huh?
Yes, if you can find the courage.
And tell Johnny he died like a chump for nothing. And tell myself I was just a sentimental sap dogging it after Wiley right into Tampico. And maybe get down on my knees in front of that ditch out there and apologize to Parker for having put a slug in him.
George, out of your mind.
Out of my mind if I listen to you. I'll lend a hand. Grab Parker's shotgun and watch for intruders while I dig that can up. And then I'll bury Johnny right on the same spot. Yeah, I'll bury Johnny right where he stashed those 50 G's for his big brother to come and get. That clink is the jackpot. Like music, eh, Mary? Listen to it. Now, look. You see the money, Mary? Green as grass, just as I dreamed of it for 2 years. Just as Johnny and I dreamed of it as kids. Green money, green as grass. And nothing under 100. You ever see a bankroll with nothing under 100 before, Mary? Did you?
No. Just as I can recollect, I neither, son.
What?
I seen small change. $5 bill once. I ain't ever seen 100 before.
What are you doing here, Ben?
Rejoicing with you, son. I've been waiting and watching a long time for one of you to find that money. But I knew it was hid somewhere around here. And I'm an old man. Very much time for me to enjoy my share.
How much is your share?
I was calculating on a quarter, maybe. And I saw you put Parker away. Right now I'm calculating on, say, half.
And what are you calculating on doing with half?
I don't know, for sure. Treat myself to something good. Maybe buy myself some more land. What do you say, son?
You made yourself a deal, Pop. I'm going to give you all the land you need.
You're aiming to kill me.
George, no! I got to, Mary. I'm not killing you, old man. When you came visiting just now, you committed suicide. Get up against that tree and turn around.
Maybe if I go back to calculating the quarter?
I said you committed suicide. I'll bury you with $100 bill in your hand so you can treat yourself to something good where you're going. Ready?
I said you was a winner, son. Guess I'm a loser.
So long, sucker. Oh, Mary, you fool, you shot me.
I had to do it, George. I had to save you from yourself.
Silly fool. I was going to make you a queen.
No, George. It wouldn't have been that way. After Ben, you would have had to kill me. You see, no power on earth would make me go your way. And no power on earth would make you go mine.
You saved my life, Mom. How can an old idiot ever thank you?
By going to the police. My husband has a confession to make.
Oh, poor Mary. It got so she couldn't see the trees for the bodies. You know, until tonight I thought only Santa Claus came through the fireplace. Well, I guess everybody's doubling up everywhere nowadays. Like George. Mary's bullet left him doubled up. Still, that was a good choice of location. The fireplace for a corpse. Sort of, how to keep from growing cold.
Dark fantasy. Spawn of the subhuman.
Beautiful takeoff.
Yes, good pilot. But why did you charter such a large plane for just the two of us, Michael? Isn't this being just a bit too pretentious?
Nothing but the best from now on, Angela. Besides, this was the only plane available. You can unloosen your safety belt now.
I might as well confess that the real reason I was late was because I took so much time reading the notices in the paper this morning.
Weren't they superb?
Excellent. The audience was quite nice to me last night. Extremely appreciative, but I didn't expect such fine reports from the press.
Didn't I tell you before the concert that you'd be a hit? Today, my dear, you're recognized as the outstanding soprano of the nation.
You've had a lot of faith in me, haven't you, Michael?
Well, offhand, I'd say I have, yes.
You spent a lot of money to make me a success.
Don't worry. I'll collect every cent of it back if we get as good houses as we had last night.
Michael.
Yes, darling?
Do you feel, well, rather strange?
Strange? No, dear. Why?
I feel like something is going to happen.
What makes you say that?
I don't know. A feeling of impending danger just seemed to come over me all of a sudden.
Danger? What possible danger could we be in?
I don't know. But I've had this feeling before. It's like someone had spread a shroud down over this airplane.
Oh, now that's a peculiar way to talk, Adela.
It's the same sort of feeling I had that day Stephen disappeared.
Stephen Wilder?
Yes.
Adela.
I was riding in my car that day. I'd been to a matinee with several of my friends. We'd had a glorious time. I was quite happy. So I drove out into the country with the top down on my car. The wind was blowing against the car, just as it's blowing against the plane now. And the sun was glistening on the bright metal of the car, just as it's glistening on the wing out there.
Darling, please don't think of that now.
Oh, it was a lovely day. Just like today. My heart was very light. I was happy. Thrillingly happy. Stephen and I were to be married within a week.
Adela, please.
And then, for no reason at all, I had that strange feeling. It just came out of nowhere and settled down around me like a huge cloth might cover the body of someone who had just died.
Don't talk that way, darling.
It was the strangest feeling I'd ever experienced. Weird. Terrible. It gave me the feeling that 100,000 evil spirits were racing at a maddening pace behind my car, trying to catch up with me, clutch me in their bony, fiendish hands.
That was so long ago. 5 years.
So long ago. It seems like yesterday. Then, when I speeded up the car, something began to pound in my ears. It's pounding there now, Michael. It's pounding there now.
Adela, please.
The faster I drove, the more that evil shroud hung over me. I gave the car more gas. More, and more, and more. And then...
When they found you in the wreckage, they thought you were dead.
I couldn't make the curve. The motor had reached full speed. I could think of but one single danger. The invisible danger that raced there behind me, striving to catch me in its hold.
There was no one. Nothing.
Oh, but there seemed to be. And what was so strange, all of a sudden that bright day vanished. Just vanished. Clouds came out of nowhere and hid the sun from sight.
Darling, I better pull down the shade on the window.
Oh, Michael, wait a minute. Look. Look outside. Clouds. We're flying below them. And they've completely blotted out the sun.
The sun will be out in a minute.
Oh, it's just like that day. Clouds hiding the sun. Just like they did that day.
Oh, just a coincidence.
Dark, dreary clouds. Followed by loud bursts of thunder. Listen. Oh, Michael. What does it mean?
Nothing at all. Just a thunderstorm. Pilot will go up and fly above it.
Why didn't he go up above the storm when he saw it?
Oh, I don't know.
Because he didn't see it, that's why.
Certainly he did.
No, it came up. Just like that day 5 years ago. Out of nowhere. It came up before the pilot was even aware of it.
Oh, nonsense.
It wasn't nonsense 5 years ago. First the clouds, then the thunder, then it began to rain.
Well, look for yourself. It's not raining now. It's nothing but an electrical storm. See, we're going above it.
Oh, Michael, I'm frightened.
There's nothing to be frightened about. There, look. There's the sun again.
It was all so strange. That feeling. The clouds hiding behind the sun. The thunder.
Sure, but no rain.
Mr. Brown?
Oh, Michael.
Darling, just the pilot talking to us over the talkback system. Push that button right there so I can answer him.
Mr. Brock, Miss Rhodes.
Yes, pilot, what is it?
Don't be alarmed about the storm. We're above it now.
Oh, yes, thank you. Just an electrical storm, isn't it?
No, sir. It's more than that. It's raining cats and dogs down there.
Michael. Rain. Oh, Michael.
We're up above the storm. Nothing can harm us here.
You remember, don't you? I never saw Stephen Wilder again after that experience I had 5 years ago.
Yes. Yes, I remember.
No one ever saw him again. He just disappeared.
Please, darling, don't think about it anymore today. You're tired. Perhaps a little rest would do you good.
Oh, yes, you're right. I am tired.
Just lie back and relax then. Honestly, sweet, there's nothing to be worried about. We just happened to run into a storm and you thought about that old experience of yours.
I wonder, Michael. I wonder if we did just happen into the storm. Michael, where are you, darling?
Over here, dear. Did you have a good sleep?
Oh, I did sleep after all. Why are the lights out?
Oh, I turned them out so you'd sleep as long as you could. Now I'll switch them back on. There.
What time is it?
9:30.
9:30? Oh, Michael, I've been asleep more than 8 hours.
I thought you'd never wake up.
It's after dark, and you've had the lights off all this time just for me.
Well, I guess I'd better admit I got a little sleep, too.
Where are we now?
Over Mexico. Hungry, dear?
Oh, I'm famished. You know, I can't imagine what made me sleep so long.
Oh, we land at Centella. We can get food there.
Have we landed at all since I retired?
No, we're circling now. Well, that's Centella down there.
Oh.
You better pretty up a bit. This is a secluded part of the country, but you never know who you're going to run into. Centella.
How long before we're in Monterey?
Oh, about an hour.
Did you get good reservations?
The best. Did you enjoy your dinner?
Oh, immensely. That was a nice place. Certainly a rough landing field, though.
Well, it's not actually a landing field. We had to land someplace to refuel before we got to Monterey, so I picked Centella.
I enjoyed it. Quaint little place. It's a funny thing, Michael. Did you notice the plane?
What do you mean, dear?
It didn't look a bit like it had been in a rainstorm.
I thought you'd forgotten all about that. Of course, it didn't look like it. We flew above the rain before it started.
Oh, yes, that's right. Well, if you don't mind, I'm going to spend the next hour looking through my fashion magazines before we land at Monterey. Should we be over water?
Water? Well, no, of course not.
Well, we are. There's water all around us.
Well, let's see. By heaven, Adela, you're right.
The pilot's off his course.
Well, surely you must realize it.
Oh, you better go up and find out.
Yes, I will. I'll be right back.
Hurry, Michael, for heaven's sake.
Right. Oh, door to the pilot's cabin's locked. I say, pilot. Pilot.
What's wrong, Michael?
Oh, the door to this cabin is locked. Curtain over the windows pulled down inside. Pilot, open up.
Look, he's raising the curtain. Michael.
Good Lord. A thick, hairy arm.
Michael. That's not our pilot at the controls. It's a monkey.
A gorilla.
Oh, Michael. Are we dreaming?
No. No, it's true. A live gorilla piloting our plane.
But that's impossible.
No, confound the door's locked. Open this door. Open up.
Michael, be careful. Look at him. Peering back at us with little beady eyes. And an expression on his face that almost human.
This is fantastic. How in the world did we ever come to be in the air with a creature like that?
We had our regular pilot when we landed at Centella. I saw him climb down out of the cabin.
So did I. But I never did see him again before we took off. Naturally, his back was to me when I gave him the go-ahead signal.
Oh, Michael. Michael, now what?
Oh, we're over land. It's bringing the plane down.
Oh, Michael. We're on the ground.
An absolutely perfect landing.
Oh, he's unlocking the door now. Michael, what's he going to do?
Just take it easy. Don't get excited. Whatever you do, don't run or make a fast movement. Don't let him know you're afraid of him.
Just standing there, looking at us.
Whatever you do, don't let him know you're afraid of him.
You don't have to be afraid of me.
Michael.
That creature talked.
Of course I talk.
Oh, we're a couple of fools, Attila. Just our pilot playing a trick on us, dressed up in a monkey suit.
There is no trickery. I am not your original pilot.
What?
I joined you at Centella, where I came to meet you for Dr. Luther.
Dr. Luther?
Yes. He's waiting for you. Come, follow me.
Steady, darling. Come on. We'd better follow him.
Here's the doctor now.
Well, Stephen, I see you brought our visitors.
Yes, doctor.
Yes, just as I directed you. Welcome, Adela Rhodes, and welcome to your lovely, lovely voice.
I say, look here.
And welcome to you, Mr. Brock. I'm so sorry that you will be of no assistance to me. However, you may be interested in what I have planned.
Now, listen, Dr. Luther. I want to know what this is all about.
You will learn what it is all about, and without delay, I assure you. Come, Stephen. Don't be so inhospitable. Show our guests into the laboratory. Sit down over there, my dear. Over here, Mr. Brock.
Michael.
Dr. Luther, I demand an explanation. Where are we? Why have you brought us here?
You're too full of questions, Mr. Brock. I've already told you I'm about to show you why I brought you here. Here, high in these mountains, secretly, I've been working for 5 years, experimenting, testing, trying to accomplish what everyone would have said was utterly impossible had I told them about it. But I didn't tell anyone. Instead, I came here and built this laboratory. You see, it's fully equipped and modern in every detail.
Oh, look here, Dr. Luther.
During those 5 years, I trained Stephen here. I believe you will agree my training has been very successful. You now see an almost full-grown gorilla, behaving like a human, acting like a human, even talking like a human. I've been very kind to you, haven't I, Stephen?
Yes, Dr. Luther. Of course you've been kind.
Yes, just so. Scientists back there in your world, my dear Miss Rhodes, will tell you it's impossible to completely train a gorilla. That is the second point in which I've proved them wrong. Stephen, sing for us.
Yes, Doctor.
Si può, signore, signori.
Doesn't he have an excellent voice?
Michael, did you hear that?
Impossible. Sing again, Stephen.
Oh, oh.
will be world famous. I shall travel with him, take him to the 4 corners of the earth, and show people how well my gorilla sings.
Oh, Michael. I can't believe it. That's Stephen Wilder's voice.
It can't be.
Ah, but it is.
Yes. Now I remember. Now I know who you are, Dr. Luther. Stephen Wilder had an appointment with you that day he disappeared 5 years ago. I'd forgotten all about it, but I just now remembered.
So that's what happened to Stephen Wilder. You kidnapped him and brought him here and... You...
Precisely. I brought him here to do what others said could never be done. And I chloroformed him 5 years ago and brought him here. I thought I was ready. But my gorilla wasn't. So I had to wait. 3 months ago, I performed the operation.
Operation?
I removed the vocal cords from the man and grafted them into the gorilla.
Oh.
This is ridiculous. A thing like that can't be done.
Oh, surely you don't deny the proof I've just given you, Mr. Brock. Stephen, sing. You recognized that voice, Miss Rhodes, the moment you heard it, because you'd sung operas with Mr. Wilder so much.
That was the way he sang, to exercise his voice.
Don't you both realize what I have here? The secret of an untold wealth. Why, besides knowing how to train this ferocious and morose type of animal, besides knowing how to transfer human vocal cords successfully, I have something I can exhibit to the world to prove my knowledge. Think of the fortune I can amass, because people will pay immense sums to see and hear my singing gorilla.
Stop it. Stop it, I say. Why have you brought me here? Surely you could have spared me this.
I will tell you why, Miss Rhodes. If you and Mr. Brock will step over here...
The only place we're going to step is out of this place.
You will do as I ask. Step in. These people are not to leave.
Very well, Dr. Luther.
Over here, if you please.
Better do what he says, Adler.
There. Go to this plate glass. Look into the next room.
Another gorilla.
Yes. Isn't it a fine specimen?
Fine specimen?
Yes, she.
She?
No. You're not planning.
I've trained her very carefully. She was so much more responsive than the male. Now that she's able to obey me, I'm quite ready for the rest of my plans for her.
Oh, no. No, you can't. I won't let you.
I'll say he can't.
Neither of you will be able to prevent it. Soon I'll tour the world with the most amazing exhibition on earth. A male and a female gorilla singing all the world-famous operas.
Look here, you...
Wait a minute. I just happened to think of something, Doctor.
Yes?
Do you remember the day Stephen Wilder had that appointment with you 5 years ago?
Yes, certainly I remember. I'd been planning to obtain possession of him so I could bring him here. I was most pleased when he called and asked for an appointment.
But did he tell you why he was calling upon you?
I know. No, he didn't.
He came to you, Dr. Luther, because he was losing his voice.
You must be wrong.
I am not wrong. I am the only one he told about it. It had been worrying him for a long time. You see, the more he sang, the worse his voice became. He was gradually losing it.
But that's impossible.
Do you think so, Doctor? You're a specialist on that subject. That's why he was coming to you that
No,
day.
You must be wrong. After all the work I've done.
Your gorilla will lose his voice, Dr. Luther. And I assure you, before you'll do anything to me, I'll see to it that my voice is ruined too.
He won't. He can't. He's an excellent voice. Excellent. Yes, of course he is. We've worked together. I've trained him.
His voice can't go bad on me now. Not now. Just when it's finally successful.
Oh, you'll see, Dr. Luther.
No, you're wrong. You're mistaken. He'll sing all right. He won't lose his voice. Will you step in? No, of course not. You're in an excellent voice, Stephen. Sing. Sing your head, Stephen. Show him.
Si può, signore, signore.
There, you see? Did you hear that? A beautiful quality, beautiful tones.
Oh, Maria.
Listen, Doctor.
Stephen! What's wrong? Try again.
Oh, Maria.
Now you think I'm wrong.
No, it's true. Stephen, you devil. After all I've done, after all my work, this is what I get as a reward. I've sacrificed everything. My position, my career, all my money, and this is what happens. Well, there's one way, Stephen. By heaven, there's one way.
Get back, Adela.
He got a gun.
No, Dr. Luther. That would have hit that beast, but look at him.
Stop! No, stop it! Stop it, no! Stop it, let go of me! Stop it!
You have heard Spawn of the Subhuman, tonight's original tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop. Ben Morris was heard as Michael Brock, Eleanor Naylor Corrin was Adela Rhodes, Garland Moss played Dr. Luther, and Muir Height was the gorilla. Next Friday night at this same time, listen to the 16th in this series of dark fantasy dramas created by Scott Bishop, The Man with the Scarlet Satchel. The story of an aged millionaire who receives a child's set of modeling clay as a practical joke, but who turns the gift into an incredible and weird instrument of destruction. Don't miss this unusual story next Friday night, The Man with the Scarlet Satchel. Tom Paxton speaking. Dark Fantasy comes to you from WKY, Oklahoma City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler. Written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Otter and David Cogan, and starring tonight two stars of stage and radio, Wendell Holmes and Roger DeCoven, in an original radio drama titled The Man Who Vanished.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as you hear the story I call The Man Who Vanished. Our story begins in a small, white-walled hospital room. Charles Ordley, a man of 45 has just awakened. He looks about him in puzzlement. Then memory returns to him, and he begins to call frantically.
Doctor! Doctor, nurse! Where are you? I must speak to the doctor!
Yes, Mr. Ordway, what is it?
Are you the doctor?
No, sir, I'm only the attendant. Mr. Dr. Harvey?
Yes, I must. It's a matter of life and death.
Okay, Mr. Ordway, okay. Dr. Harvey, 402, please. He's coming now.
Thank you. Tell me what day is this? It's Friday, isn't it? It must be Friday.
Sure. It's Friday, Mr. Ordway. Here's Dr. Harvey.
Good morning, Mr. Ordway. You wanted to speak to me?
Yes, doctor, but tell me quickly, what time is it?
It's just 10 minutes past 10, Mr. Ordway.
Oh, thank heavens, my brother John isn't dead. There's still time to save him.
Your brother?
Yes, doctor, when I woke up, I didn't know how long it was since I was brought here to the hospital and drugged into silence, but I don't suppose they told you about John.
No, I'm afraid they didn't.
Well, then I'll tell you. I'll make you believe me. John's safe for several hours yet, so I can tell you the whole story. The story they wouldn't give me a chance to tell.
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Ordway. I'll just sit here and make myself comfortable.
Well, I'll try to tell it calmly, Doctor. I don't want you to think I'm hysterical. First of all, you have to understand that my brother John is a freak of nature.
A freak?
Yes. He's perfectly healthy and highly intelligent, but he was born without any natural coloring at all. His eyes are pink. His skin is a chalk white. His hair is like bleached flax. His eyebrows and lashes are practically invisible.
It's a most unusual condition, but it happens once in a while. It's called albinism.
Well, it's a hideous condition for an intelligent, sensitive man. John's boyhood was a torture for him until our father took us both out of school and had us tutored to spare John the misery of being considered a freak of nature by the other children.
Yes, I understand, Mr. Ordway. Please, go on.
Well, as we grew up, John's chief interest was science. So I studied it, too. Our father had a complete laboratory built in our home. After his death, we continued to live there together, working on experimental research.
Along what lines, Mr. Ordway?
Well, our efforts were centered on discovering a cure for John's condition. To achieve that, we worked hopefully for years, but we always failed. My brother remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he began to brood. Then, one evening, he came into my room.
Charles.
Yes, John. Finished in the lab?
In a way, Charles. I have something to show you.
Show me? You mean you found a cure?
Not exactly. Look at this wire cage. Examine the white rat I have in it.
White rat? Good heavens.
This morning, that was an ordinary white rat. But now, look at it.
It's like a rat made out of glass. It's almost transparent.
It is transparent. You can see completely through it.
But John, this is amazing.
This is what I've been working on these last months, Charles. I've been developing a serum that would alter living tissues to make them transparent.
I wouldn't have believed it possible.
I don't see why not. Nature does it all the time. She makes jellyfish that are quite transparent.
Well, yes, of course. I didn't think.
But this is only the first step. My next step is to develop the serum further, to make living tissues invisible.
Invisible?
You look skeptical, my dear Charles. But look at this rat. He's half invisible already. In a dim light, he'd vanish.
Yes, that's true, but...
The basic principle is perfectly natural, Charles. It's only a matter of refining it. And then, Charles, well, take a freak like myself. So colorless, he's already well started toward invisibility. I'll find out what it's like to be completely unseen. Someday soon, Charles, I'm going to have a real surprise for you.
That was my first introduction to John's experiments. After that, for many weeks, he worked in secret. Then one morning, he called me into the laboratory and showed me a cage that seemed to be empty, but there was something stirring about it, a rat. An invisible rat. To the touch, it was warm and furry, filled with life. But to the eye, if the light was not too bright, it was nothing.
Well, Charles, convinced now?
Yes, I'm convinced. You succeeded, John.
Not quite. I haven't made myself invisible yet.
You're not going to try your serum on yourself.
Of course I am. Listen, Charles. Always I've been considered a freak. Now I'm going to turn the tables. I'll mingle with people and I'll laugh at them. I'll be their superior, able to come and go without their knowledge. Able to control their very destinies if I wish.
That's madness.
On the contrary, it's scientific fact. You'll see because you're going to help me.
No, I refuse.
You're not going to let me down, your own brother.
Of course, John.
I knew I could get your help. Here's a hypodermic full of the serum. All I want you to do is to inject it into my arm. And watch the result.
I tried to refuse, but John wouldn't let me. At last, I gave in. I injected the colorless serum into his veins. At first, nothing happened. As we waited, he removed his garments, for of course the serum could only affect his living tissues. Finally, the change came. His skin became paler and paler, until suddenly I realized I was looking not at it, but through it. After that, the change was rapid. His body seemed to fade away before my eyes into nothingness.
Well, Charles, what do you say now?
But John, this frightens me.
Why, sure did. I feel fine. In fact, I feel so good I'm going to take a little jaunt downtown to see how the world looks to a man who's invisible.
No, you mustn't.
And why not, Charles?
Well, you aren't ready for it yet. There may be after effects, reactions you aren't prepared for.
Ah, nonsense. There's only one thing to be careful of. The tissues must return to normal within 24 hours. If the neutralizing serum isn't injected before then, death occurs. Otherwise, it's perfectly safe. So I insist, Charles, that I'm going on a little invisible sightseeing tour tonight, and you're going to conduct me.
Again, I tried to say no, but John was insistent. At last, I gave in. His was always the stronger will. We took the car, and I drove downtown. He sat beside me, unseen as the very air, laughing to himself. John, let's turn back now.
Turn back? I should say not. Drive to Main Street and park around the corner from the Watson Jewelry Store. The one where our old schoolboy companion, Harry Watson, works for his father.
Well, why, John?
Because I'm going to try an interesting little experiment. That's why.
John was in a strange mood, and I obeyed his orders with misgivings. I parked the car as he directed. We got out and stood on the sidewalk, with the evening crowds drifting past us, completely unaware of John at my side. Suddenly, John spoke.
Now's the time, Charles. There's nobody in the store but Harry Watson himself. Come on, we're going in. Ask Harry to show you some stopwatches. Keep him occupied, and don't worry about me.
Well, what are you going to do?
Never mind. Just do as I say. Whatever happens, pretend not to notice. Come on. Open the door.
Oh, hello, Charles. Can I help you?
Well, I'd like to look at a stopwatch, Harry.
Stopwatch? Of course. They're over here. Here's a beauty, Charles. This Swiss chronograph is timed to 1/100th of a second.
I'm afraid it'd be too expensive.
Huh? Well, perhaps you'd like this one. It's American made, and it... What was that?
What was what?
I heard a noise in the back of the store.
I didn't hear anything.
There it is again. There's someone back there.
But there can't be. There's nothing in sight.
Just the same, I think there's someone back there. Excuse me. I was putting away some valuable diamonds when you come in, and I've got to see about them.
He hurried back into the shadowy rear of the store. I held my breath. If he should bump into John. Then I heard Watson cry out.
I've got you, thief. Now, let's get away. What are you doing? Help! Charles, help me! Help!
John! John, what's happened?
Come on, quickly. We have to get out of here.
Well, what happened?
The fool bumped into me in the shadows. He was so excited he didn't even realize he couldn't see me. I used a paper knife I picked up and taught him a little lesson.
He's not dead.
Come on, we got to get out of here. Someone may have hurt him.
We got out of the store and to the car. As I drove home, John refused to answer any of my frantic questions. When we reached the house, he hurried me into the laboratory.
You got to give me the neutralizer or make me visible again, Charles.
John!
No questions. Here we are. Here's the hypodermic. You've got to inject it. Here's the mark from the previous injection. Now go ahead.
I pressed the plunger. The drug flowed into his blood. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, like a man materializing out of nothingness, he grew visible. A misty figure that took on solidity until it was a man. John gave a little gasp of weariness and pushed me out of the room.
Now, go on, Charles. You get to bed. I need some sleep. This stuff seems to drain away my energy. We'll talk in the morning. Pleasant dreams.
The next morning, I was having breakfast when John finally appeared.
Good morning, Charles. Sleep well?
John, look at this newspaper.
Anything in it?
Yes, there's something in it. Look at these headlines.
I see. Local jeweler killed, store up, $50,000 worth of diamonds missing. Huh.
You killed Harry last night.
Yeah, so it seems. Pour me some coffee, will you?
John, I don't understand you. You've killed a man and you act as if it amounted no more than swatting a fly.
Well, does it?
Of course it does.
I can't feel that way about it. When we were small boys, you remember that Harry Watson was one of my chief tormentors.
Yes.
I've always planned to pay him back. Last night I decided to play a little joke on him.
Murder is hardly a joke.
I didn't intend to kill the fool. I just meant to make away with one or two of his father's diamonds. After Harry had had a chance to explain their disappearance, I was going to mail them back.
Yes, the diamonds. The paper says $50,000 worth of missing.
Oh, probably an exaggeration. However, put your hand into your left coat pocket, Charles.
My pocket? What? A dozen loose diamonds here.
Yes, I put them there last night. I couldn't very well carry them myself.
We must send them back at once.
Well, I'm afraid that might involve us somehow. No, we'll have to keep them.
John, what's happened to you? Overnight you've become a monster, able to dismiss the worst of crimes with a shrug.
Please understand this, Charles. For years I was an object of curiosity. I even had offers to appear in sideshows. Now the tables are turned. I can walk among men, unseen, invisible. That gives me a power that is very sweet to me. I haven't decided yet how I shall use it. But in any case, I won't have you interfering. Is that clear, Charles?
With that, John retired to his laboratory and remained there alone the rest of the day. It wasn't until after dark that he emerged to find me staring with horror at the evening paper.
Oh, Charles, what does the paper say? It made you look so pale.
The police found your fingerprints on the knife that killed Harry Watson.
What? Let me see it.
Here.
That's the police investigating the murder last night of Harry Watson, local jeweler's son, state they are trying to trace down fingerprints found on the paper knife used as the death weapon. They also admit they have discovered further evidence which they hope may bring about an early arrest.
They may be here any minute.
Ah, nonsense. Even if I did leave a print, how can they trace it to me? Talk of an early arrest is just bluff. And besides,
That may be the police now. If it is, what do we do?
Oh, it can't be. But if it is, let them in. Let me do the talking.
All right. Yes, what is it?
Mr. Charles Ordway?
Yes, I'm Charles Ordway.
I'm Inspector Long of the Homicide Squad. I'd like to ask you some questions, if you don't mind.
Oh, no, not at all. Come in. We can talk in the living room.
What is it, Charles?
John, this is Inspector Long. He says he wants to ask me some questions.
Really? What in the world about?
I don't know. I confess, Inspector, I can't imagine
I want to ask you what you can tell me about the death of Harry Watson.
Watson the jeweler? The one we were reading about in the paper?
That's the one. Your brother was seen leaving the jewelry store a few minutes before Watson's body was found. Someone recognized him.
Why, that's true, Inspector. Charles dropped in last night to buy a watch for me. But he didn't find quite what I wanted.
I'd rather hear him tell it.
Well, that's all there is to it. I looked at the watches and then left. Watson was all right when I left.
I see. There's no one else in the store?
No one I could see. I'm sorry, I can't tell you more.
I'm sorry, too. Well, just for the sake of helping us, would you be willing to let me take your fingerprints?
Well, of course you don't mind, Charles. You're thinking of the prints the paper says were found on the death weapon, aren't you, Inspector?
Frankly, yes.
Well, they aren't, Charles. I can assure you.
It's just a check. Mr. Ordway, if you'll just press your fingerprints against this delicate plate I have in this envelope. That's fine. Thank you.
You wouldn't want mine, too, I suppose?
Well, if you'd like to add yours to your brother's.
Well, I was just joking. By the way, Inspector, how do you go about tracing down unknown fingerprints such as those of this killer?
Well, this is one way, and excuse me, cigarette?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're asking how we check fingerprints. Well, we have several methods. The FBI records, the Army and Navy records, and the one source few people know about.
What's that?
Hospital birth records. For a number of years now, they've recorded the footprints and fingerprints of every baby born in this city. In the morning, we'll start checking these records as far back as they go.
Oh, that's very interesting. Well, sorry, Inspector, we couldn't be more helpful.
It's all in the game. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night, Inspector.
Don't bother to show me up.
Did you hear that? They're going to start checking fingerprints on hospital birth records. And our prints were among the first ever to be recorded in this town. Father insisted on it.
Perhaps they'll overlook yours.
I can't risk it. But I'll stop them. I'll stop them somehow.
Without explaining, he hurried into the laboratory. 10 minutes later, he emerged, dressed to go out. His hat pulled well down over his face. And his face...
What is it? Why are you goggling at me?
Your face? I can't see it, or your hands either.
Of course not. I took an injection of transparency serum. Now, I'm going to drive downtown, Charles. With this coat and hat on, I'll look like an ordinary driver to anyone who sees the car. When I get where I'm going, I'll take off these garments and leave them in the car. Then no one on earth will be able to see me.
But where are you going?
To police headquarters.
With that, John left. I heard him drive off. Then I could do nothing but wait. The hours crawled slowly past, and I grew more and more nervous. The clock was striking 11 when I heard John's key in the door at last. John, is that you?
Yes, Charles, come here. I need you.
What is it? What's happened?
It's my ankle. I think it's broken.
Here, lean on me. I'll help you into the living room.
Yeah.
Oh, careful. What? John, your coat's all bloody.
Yes, they shot at me. Nicked my side. It's not serious, Charles. Here, let me sit down.
Shall I call a doctor?
No. We'll tend to the bullet scratch in the ankle ourselves. It's a reasonable price to pay, considering that Inspector Long is dead.
Dead?
Yes, he fell from the window of his office on the 6th floor of police headquarters. While apparently quite alone in the room.
And you killed him, too?
Of course I did. I had to. Luckily, he had the paper knife there in his office. I was able to wipe all my prints off it. I found the photographs of the prints in his desk, too. I tore those up and I burned them.
How'd you get hurt?
I tried to slip out of the building again during the confusion that followed Inspector Long's accident. I'd reached the first floor when a clumsy cop bumped into me in a dark hall. He yelled and grabbed at me. I had to duck through a door and lock it. I got the window up and was just climbing out when he fired through the door. The bullet nicked me. I lost my balance. When I picked myself up off the ground, my ankle was broken. But I hobbled to the car somehow, and, well, here I am.
John, what are we going to do?
Just sit tight, that's all. The evidence is destroyed. Inspector Long is gone. We're perfectly safe.
But suppose they have some other clue.
Nonsense. I've taken care of everything, you hear? What is it, Charles?
The car just stopped in front of the house.
Car? See who it is.
Yes. The police car.
Oh, I gotta act fast. They mustn't find me like this.
What can you do?
First, I've got to get these clothes off. I haven't time to take my neutralizing serum now. I'll just have to hide. They'll not find me if they can't see.
Oh, John, you're ill.
I feel weak. It's a loss of blood. It's nothing serious, Charles. But I may faint. If I do...
Yes, John?
I hide my clothes in the kitchen hamper. Yes. Then carry me down to the cellar. Put me in the empty storage room. Lay me on the Excelsior there. Now, if they look in, they'll see it's empty. They won't go stumbling around. Do you hear me?
Yes, I hear. But, John, He fainted in my arms. I had no time to think. Swiftly, I did as he instructed. I carried him down to the small storage room in the cellar, placed him on some Excelsior in a corner, and hurried back upstairs. Already the police were pounding on the door. I jammed John's bloody clothes into the kitchen hamper, and then I hurried to the door. Yes, what is it?
The police, Mr. Ordway. We're coming in. Bill, Joe, come on.
Yes, Captain.
The rest of you watch the house and see that no one leaves.
Well, what is the meaning of this? I demand an explanation.
And you'll get it. Now, where can we talk? In here? Good. All right, please sit down, Mr. Ordway. I'm Detective Captain Belden. My chief, Inspector Long, was here earlier.
Yes, I know, and I answered all his questions then.
Well, now I'm asking more questions. Long's dead.
Inspector Long dead? But even so,
Listen,
why?
Ordway. Long smelled a rottenness set up someplace, and earlier tonight, when he got your fingerprints, he also got your brother's.
But he didn't.
He got them on his cigarette case when your brother took a cigarette. It's an old trick. After he died tonight, we found the case in his pocket, carefully wrapped.
Well, what of it?
In some mysterious way, all the pictures of the murder prints we took off the paper knife that killed Watson had vanished. But we had the negatives. We made new prints and discovered they checked with your brother's prints on Long's cigarette case. Ordway, your brother killed Harry Watson last night.
That's completely ridiculous.
Is it? Okay, we'll see. Where's your brother now?
Why, he's not here. He went away on trip.
Hiding, huh? Bill, Joe?
Yes, Captain.
Search the house from cellar to attic. Don't miss a thing.
Right here, Captain. Come on, Joe.
Half an hour later, I knew that further concealment was impossible. The police had not found John, but they had found the blood-stained clothes he had discarded. And in my desk, they had found the diamonds which John had stolen. I knew then I must tell the truth.
Well, Ordway, ready to talk yet?
Yes, I'm ready to talk, Captain. My brother did kill Watson.
Okay. Where is he now?
He's hiding down in the cellar.
Captain, that's the monarchy. We looked in the cellar. He ain't there.
Of course you didn't see him. He's invisible.
He's what?
He's invisible, I said.
You say your brother is invisible?
Yes, that's why they couldn't see him.
Ordway, you know what I think? I think you killed your brother in a quarrel over these diamonds and buried his body in the yard someplace. That's how these clothes of his got bloody, isn't it? Come on, admit it.
No, my brother was wounded by a bullet after he killed Inspector Long. That's how his clothes got bloody.
Yeah, I suppose he was invisible when he killed Long, too. That's why nobody saw him, huh?
Yes. Don't you understand? He's discovered how to render his body tissues transparent. He's hiding down in the cellar now, invisible. He's nutty as a fruitcake.
Shut up, Bill. Ordway, your brother is down in the cellar now.
Yes, he is. He fainted, and I carried him down there.
And just which room is he in?
The little storage room at the foot of the stairs, the one with the metal door.
How about it, boys? Did you look there?
Sure we did, Captain. We looked in there twice. There ain't a thing in that room but a little excelsior.
Right, we both looked. That room is as empty as a busted piggy bank.
You see, Mr. Ordway, if he'd been there, my men would have found him.
But he's there. They didn't see him because he took the serum. He made himself invisible.
All right, Mr. Ordway. Just calm yourself. Now, listen, my men say the room is empty.
Yeah, except maybe for rats. We heard a couple stirring in the excelsior, so we bolted the door after we looked in. Figured we might as well keep the rats inside.
You bolted the door? No, you mustn't. Captain, we've got to let John out. If he's not let out, he'll die.
I've made plenty of wax, but this is a new one.
Yep, he's got it bad.
Ordway, I'm afraid you'll have to come with us. Now, will you come quietly while I have to put the handcuffs
No,
on?
you can't take me away. I have to let John out of that room. If he doesn't get an injection of the neutralizing serum inside 24 hours, he'll die.
Sorry, Mr. Ordway, but come on, boys. Give me a hand. Got to get into the psychopathic court fast.
No, you got to believe me. You've got to let go of me. No, no, no. And that's the whole story, Doctor. They wouldn't believe us. They brought me here to the hospital charged with John's murder. And when I kept trying to tell them he was alive, they gave me a narcotic. But he is alive. He's locked in that room in the cellar. And if he isn't let out soon, he'll die. 24 hours is the limit, but there's still time to get to him.
Yes, I understand, Mr. Ordway. I'll see to it that he's released at once.
You mean it, Doctor? You believe me?
Yes, of course. Attendant.
Call me, Doctor?
Yes, go get my car ready, will you? We're going to Mr. Ordway's home at once to release his brother.
Yes, sir. Right away, Doctor. Oh, thank heaven you believe me, Doctor. You'll be in time to save John. You'll find the serum he'll need to bring him back to normal in a green bottle in the laboratory.
I'll take care of him. Now, you go back to sleep now, Mr. Ordway.
Yes, I will. I can sleep now. I can sleep. How is he now, Doctor?
Yeah, he's quiet now. He'll be all right.
You know, Doctor, sometimes I can't help thinking.
Yes, Johnson?
You know, he's locked up here at State Hospital for bumping off his brother. Eventually, they found his brother's dead body locked in a little room in the cellar. But I can't help wondering what the cops would have found if anybody had taken Mr. Ordway serious that night he was brought here 10 years ago.
This is the mysterious traveler. So John could make himself invisible, could he? But unfortunately, he did too good a job of it. For he hasn't been seen around for a long, long time. That's the trouble with having unusual powers. Sometimes they get you into unusual difficulties. Speaking of difficulties, Oh, you'll have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
You have just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. All characters in tonight's story were fictitious, and any resemblance to the names of actual persons was purely coincidental. In tonight's cast were Maurice Topman, Wendell Holmes, Roger DeCoven, Art Carney, and Richard Coogan.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present George Edwards in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
I'm afraid Dr. Jekyll is rather busy just at present. Who shall I tell him is called?
Oh, my name is John Fairley. I've called several times at his house and haven't been able to find him. That's why I came down here to the clinic.
Well, if you'd care to come into my room and wait a while, I'll tell him you're here.
If he'd just let me know when I could see him.
Well, I believe I can hear him coming now.
Nurse Peters, are you there?
Yes, Doctor.
I say, will you...
Why, hello, John. Why, what are you doing here?
I was wondering if I could see you sometime. Sorry to bother you down here, but there seemed no other way of finding you.
Oh, that's all right. Anything important?
Yes, it is rather.
Well, I've about 10 minutes now. If that's any good to you, I'm not due at the hospital till 2 o'clock.
Can we talk here?
Oh, I think so. You don't mind if we borrow your little room for a while, do you,
No,
Nurse?
not at all. I'll close the door and see him upstairs.
Thanks, that will do fine. Well, now, John, what is it?
Well, to be quite frank, it's about Margaret.
I had an idea it was.
What are you going to do about it, Jekyll? I know this might be called infernal cheek on my part, but it's far from being that.
I know.
Everyone understood that the marriage couldn't go on after that terrible business of Mr. Utterson and then your long illness. But that's all past now, and you don't even seem to want to talk about it.
Margaret has told you this, I take it?
I've had to wring it out of her. Don't think that she's been complaining, but I knew she was unhappy, and I made her tell me.
I'm not blaming her, John. I'm glad she's got someone she can take her troubles to.
You are. Great heavens, Jekyll, what's the matter with you? Are you playing fast and loose with Margaret? You've been engaged to her for years now. Do you intend to marry her or not?
Sit down, old man. Let us talk this over quietly. I know how you feel about Margaret, and I'm not going to feel resentful, no matter what you say, but it's very important that you shouldn't feel bad about me.
I can't understand you, and that's the plain truth. Margaret's the most lovely girl in the world. I'd give my very life to be in your place, and you don't seem to want her.
What makes you think that, John?
There's not the slightest reason in the world now why you shouldn't marry her. But every time she talks about it, you evade her and talk about something else. Don't you love her anymore?
Might it not be that I love her too much to marry her?
What do you mean?
Things sometimes happen in men's lives that debar them forever from the right to marry, if they have a spark of decency in their makeup.
What? You...
Oh, it's not any petty little aftermath of a bygone sin. This is something that I simply couldn't begin to tell you about. It's beyond the scope of any ordinary experience.
Then if that's the case, what are you going to do? Will this thing pass in time?
I don't know.
And you're going to keep Margaret in this state of uncertainty till you do find out?
No, I'm not going to do that, John.
Don't you understand that you're ruining all her chances of finding happiness somewhere else by holding her to her promise to you?
Yes, I understand. I deserve all your reproaches, John. You did quite right to come and talk to me about it. I'll set her free.
Don't do it if it's not absolutely necessary. I love her enough to be able to realize that no one will ever be the same to her as you. Any other man will merely be a sort of substitute for you.
I hope not, John. With all my heart, I hope that she'll come to care for you as I know you deserve.
And patience and understanding on my part can do it. She will.
Then I promise you I'll not stand in your way any longer. She's very precious to me, John. There's no one I know of that I'd sooner trust her to than you.
You know, when I came here, I felt I wanted to knock you down. Now I feel I want to take your hand and thank you. Though I don't know why.
Then we're going to be friends, are we?
As far as I'm concerned, we are.
Then take my hand, but forget about the thanks. If you can make her happy, I'll be more deeply in your debt than you can ever imagine. And now I think I'll go. I've got a big operation to perform. I'd like a little time to get a grip on myself again. This conversation hasn't been easy, you know.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry.
Well, goodbye. And goodbye.
Henry, dear, when are you going to take me down to your clinic again?
Don't you think you've had enough of sick people for a while? You nursed me for several weeks, you know.
And see what a good job I made of it. You're almost as well as you ever were.
You're a born nurse, Margaret, and no mistake. As a rich man's wife, your greatest talent will be lost.
Why should it be? I'll also be the wife of a doctor, don't forget. Henry, what's the matter? Why do you turn away like that?
Give me your hand, darling. Let's lean over the edge of this bridge and watch the water trickle over the rocks.
You're evading me. You always do whenever I speak of our marriage. Henry, you've got to be honest with me. I can't stand this much longer.
Dearest, I brought you out into the country today so that we could have a good long talk. It's so perfect out here. I hope the beauty around us would help.
Help? Why are we in need of help?
I've got to hurt you very much, I'm afraid.
No.
Oh, don't draw away from me. Give me your hand again, please.
Oh, what's the matter with you? Why are you so strange? You've never been the same since your illness.
You haven't thought that I've loved you any less, have you?
No, not that. Something else. Some underlying strangeness that I haven't been able to get at. What is it, Henry? Can't you tell me?
I brought you here to try. I want you to know, dear, that I've never loved you so much in all my life as I do now. And I say what I'm going to say because of that.
You don't have to tell me. I know.
What do you know, my sweet?
You're going to say you aren't going to marry me at all. Oh, why don't you answer me? Why don't you tell me I'm wrong? It can't be true.
I have no choice.
What do you mean?
There are certain things that put a man beyond the pale of decent society. They're nameless things, crimes and horrors of the night. I have committed them.
No, it's not true. Not you.
Hold fast to me while I tell you, sweet. Your father told you certain things about me. Put them forward as reasons why you shouldn't marry me.
I never believed them. Never.
But you should have. He was right. Only he didn't know the full, hideous truth.
Oh, what is this you're saying? Henry, it's because you're still not better of your illness. You used to have the most terrible delusions then, imagining you were committing the most frightful crimes. This is only part of it.
I wish to God it were. Oh, no, my darling. I'm sane and in my right mind. And I know that everything I say to you is less than the truth.
But when? How? Where did you do these things?
Oh, don't ask me for details. I can't tell you. You must never know the full extent of my degradation.
But I can't just be put off with hints. I'm a grown woman now. This is too dreadful a thing to be accepted without facts.
Do you remember what the old gypsy woman, Mother Haggerty, once told us long ago?
I remember something.
There's broken lives and broken hearts and a load of sorrow that will rest upon your soul to weigh it to the ground.
Stop it. Stop. She was an old crazy creature. What could she know?
What indeed? And yet she saw into a future that has come to pass, down to the very last degree.
It hasn't. I remember something else. She said there was the gallows sign in your hand. That hasn't come true.
Supposing I were to tell you that even that is true.
Then I'd know that you're mad.
Listen. There's a man named Edward Hyde.
Don't speak of him.
But I must, because Hyde is the reason that I've got to say these things to you. If it were not for him, well, what's the good of that?
But what has Hyde got to do with you and me?
Everything. Hyde and I. Everything that man did. Every hideous atrocity. Every crime he committed was shared in and connived at by me.
You're not serious. You can't expect me to believe that.
It's the truth.
But it isn't possible. Hyde is one person, you another. How could you be responsible for what he did?
I could have wiped him out of existence, instead of which I set him free to do what he liked.
How could you have done so? Was he so much under your influence?
He was my creation. I had conjured him up out of the pit of hell, where he belonged.
Oh, now I know you're not well. This is madness.
It must seem like that. Very well, then. Let it go at that. But you wouldn't wish to marry a madman, would you, Margaret?
Oh, I don't know what I wish. I don't want to marry anyone.
Oh, you mustn't say that, dear. You mustn't say that. There's John, isn't there?
You'd have me marry him?
I think he could make you happy.
Oh, how could you? Have you thought it all out?
I've been thinking what's the best thing for you for a long time, dearest. Oh, Margaret, look at me. Look at my eyes and tell me. Do you see anything in them but love for you and pain at losing you?
Oh, but why? Why? If I love you and you love me, what does it matter?
I've committed almost every crime in the calendar, Margaret, my darling. But to take advantage of your love and innocence and loyalty is something that even I have not fallen low enough to do. Oh, let me hold you in my arms just once again. Let me kiss you. Feel your cheek against mine. Your tears. Your precious tears, my darling. Oh, let me drink your tears.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to people who may still be living, character names in some of these true unsolved mysteries have been changed. Tonight's unsolved mystery deals with the efforts of a man long dead who returned from the beyond to atone for an act of carelessness that cost the lives of 50 persons. It is a tale told by many a railroad man when winds are high and rushing torrents test the strength of trestle bridges. The scene is the observation car on one of America's cracked trains. A group of people lay aside their cards to listen to an argument between two men. One a doctor, the other a world traveler. The doctor pauses to light his cigar as the train thunders over a suspension bridge.
I'm sorry, old man, to appear stubborn on the point, but in all my experiences as a doctor, I've never known of a single instance in which anyone has returned from the grave either for love or for hate.
But surely you're not going to ignore the findings of other people just because you yourself never had any experience?
We doctors are practical men. We have to be. Our patients' lives depend upon our diagnosis of things as they are. And as we find them, not as we'd like to have them or as someone else believes.
At the same time, Doctor, you've certainly heard of cases where even doctors have declared their patients dead, only to have them return to life again.
I deny that they returned to life. They merely were not dead.
Then the doctor who declared the patient dead was wrong.
Yes.
So that you admit that doctors are not always right. And these doctors who insist that there is nothing after death are just as liable to be wrong on that score as they are in other instances. In other words, doctor, the man who says, I won't believe what I can't see or feel or weigh, is merely an egoist who considers that no one's opinion is worthwhile but his own.
That's pretty strong, isn't it?
I don't think it is. You as a doctor are called in to diagnose a case, and you've never had a case of scarlet fever before, we'll say. But you can diagnose it, can't you?
Certainly.
Simply because you're relying upon the experience of other doctors. Yet you refuse to accept the experiences of others outside your own profession. And that's a perfectly good argument, but not for ghosts. Ghosts are things very often heard of, but very seldom seen. I'll believe in one when I see one. There are, 14 people in this observation car, and not one of them ever saw a ghost.
I'm sorry, but I'll have to contradict you on that.
Really?
Well,
You've actually seen a ghost?
I have.
You spoke to it? You know it wasn't an hallucination?
I wasn't alone. At least 10 other people saw it. That could be a simple case of mass hypnotism. You think that simple is the word to use in connection with mass hypnotism? However, let that pass. I didn't know it was a ghost until some time afterwards, so I wasn't influenced by anything.
Well, let's hear about it.
All right. I might as well explain that I'm one of the officers of this railroad line. And one night, several members of the board of directors were on the same run, going to inspect a new bridge. It was a windy, blustery night. Driving rain, as black as ink. Our sympathies were with old Tom Ludicott and his fireman up in the cab. There, with nothing but the narrow sides of the cab to protect them from the storm.
Give her more coal, Bill. We've got the Bonner Grade ahead of us. Let her wheels slip when we start taking that baby. Never did see such a night. You gotta watch you don't get blown out of the cab every time you cross the coupler to the tender. Yeah, she's a bad one, all right. Been on many a trip in my 40 years as engineer, but this is the worst. How are we, on time? Only 11 minutes late. Well, that's pretty good for the sort of night it is. Let him feed her. We're coming to a bad cut in the road, and the wind will be twice as bad as we go through the draw. Okay, Tom. Man alive, this firebox is glowing red with the heat. We've gained 2 minutes, Tom. Good. We'll need it when we start up the bridge. Plenty steam. She's holding up fine. The way we're rocking, though, it's hard to read that water glass. Bill! Yeah? Look! What? Is that a light? A red light? Yeah. Somebody's waving a lantern. Touch the steam. Easy with the brakes. We're doing over 60.
Stay tuned. More of this Unsolved Mysteries coming up right after this break. And now, back to Unsolved Mysteries on When Radio Was.
What's wrong there?
Danger light, sir.
Where? Oh, yes, I'll go ahead. Plunging through the rain and mud, John Stewart steps out along the roadbed. Ahead, he sees dimly in the light of the engine headlights a big, shadowy figure holding a glowing red lantern. Ahoy there! What's wrong? The silent figure gives no answer, but motions with the lantern to the yawning chasm where had been a bridge. John Stewart stares horror-stricken at the foaming, tumbling waters of the raging torrent in the gorge below. We might have plunged in there. We would have if it hadn't been for you.
You will tell them?
Tell them?
The company will mark it on my credit. Say that the company will mark it up for me.
I don't quite understand you. You're one of the company men?
Yes, that's right. I'm one of the old hands. I helped to lay this road there.
And your name?
Lem Turner. You tell them when you get back that Lem kept his word. Tell him to give me credit and let me rest. I've waited a long time. A long time.
I'll see that you get your credit. I'm John Stewart.
John Stewart? The vice president of the line.
Yes.
Then they'll do what you tell them. They'll do it. You see that I get credit.
I will. Personally. John Stewart stumbled back to the train to tell the crew and passengers of the death they had missed.
What is it, sir?
Wait a minute. The bridge is out. We'll have another train sent out and reroute you over the Bonner section. There's no use to stand out here and get wet. The porters will make up the berths, and we'll wait till morning.
Well, who was it waving the lantern? I thought it must be Southey. He's on this section, but he's on the other side of the bridge.
No, it wasn't him. It was a queer old duck by the name of Lem Turner.
Lem Turner?
Yes. He said he was an old employee.
Old employee? Why, sir.
What's the matter? You look sick.
Old Lem Turner's been dead 22 years.
What?
Yeah, hanged himself because he overran a signal and wrecked number 23.
Then the man I saw wasn't...
Lem always said that he'd come back and repay his debt, and I guess he has.
Yes, I guess he has. In just a few minutes, you will hear a solution to the Bonner Bridge mystery. Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character have been taken in the solution for which you have been waiting. Again, we're aboard the cracked train in the observation car where John Stewart continues his story. Well, when I got back to the office, I had old Tom, the engineer, tell me the story. It seems that Lem Turner had overrun a signal, and the result was a wreck in which 50 people were killed.
He was charged with the offense?
Yes. But before he could be brought to trial, he killed himself. His friends and fellow workers said that the last thing he had said to them was that he would repay the debt.
Had he been sent along the stretch of line before?
Oh, yes. Old Tom told me that all the men in the section knew about Lem's haunting the line, and I naturally asked him why he hadn't reported it.
What did he say to that?
He asked me what I would have said had he come in and reported a ghost haunting a railroad section. Well, I admitted the justice of his attitude, and then I went deeply into a possible explanation of the thing.
You found what?
That the best scientific authority explained the thing by saying that since Lem Turner's last thoughts were to the effect that he must atone for his carelessness, in all probability, his very definite and extraordinarily powerful thought lingered on after death.
Oh, almost like the photograph of the thought.
Exactly. Now, this thought, powerful and positive and definitely connected with what Lem looked like in life, accounts for his so-called ghost being seen haunting that section of railroad line.
It gives one the shivers, doesn't it? Imagine Lem Turner somewhere off in space, year after year, watching for an opportunity to repay his debt. Then the storm and the bridge.
I must go down by the old track. Can't tell what might happen on a night like this. seeing you in a few minutes. There she comes. I must stop her. A light. A red light. I must stop her. I must.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story of a postmaster and his desperate search for an unwelcome package. We call it Fragile, Content Death. So now, starring Victor Perrin, here is tonight's suspense play, Fragile, Content Death.
All it took was a phone call. Until it came that morning, everything at the post office was the same as it had always been. I was just another postmaster, 40 years old, with the postal problems of some 80,000 people to look after. All it took was that call to make things a nightmare. As I said, the day was just a day. I remember I was making up my mind to get busy on the stuff piled on my desk. It was 9:15.
Morning, Mr. Jordan.
Oh, morning, Hartley. I was going to send for you. Don't tell me all this heat is for me.
That's right.
Well, didn't anybody weed it out?
It's been weeded, Mr. Jordan.
Well, if I must, I must. Even a parcel, I see.
Yeah, it's marked personal.
From Paxton and Brown, something or other, Broadway, New York. Oh, I remember. Sure, this must be that new type of lawn sprinkler I ordered for the wife. You should have had it sent to the house. Put it over there, would you? I'll take it along when I go home.
Here?
That's fine. Post office, this is Jordan.
Jordan. That postmaster, Jordan?
That's right. What can I do for you?
Plenty. You got a bomb someplace in the mail down there.
Is this a joke?
Listen carefully. This is no joke. A guy I know sent another guy a bomb, a time bomb. It'll be delivered here in town. It was supposed to be set to go off at 7 tonight, but it ain't. He forgot to change the timer before he shipped it. It's set for 2:30 this afternoon, 5 hours from now. I don't like that. Maybe some poor guy like a mailman will get it instead of the guy who's supposed to. That's why I'm telling you about it. You gotta find it and stop it. One other thing, too. It's fixed so it'll go off when you open the package. Got all that?
Sure, I got it. But how do I recognize this bomb? Who's it addressed to?
I ain't telling who sent it.
I don't care about who sent it. Who gets it? Who gets the bomb? Hello? Hello? Hartley.
Yes, sir?
You probably heard enough of that to know what's going on.
Something about a bomb in the mail.
Yeah. Now listen carefully. I'm only going to tell you once. Get out of here on the double. I want the assistant superintendent of mails and the dispatcher, Stewart and Fox. Get them in here as quick as you can. You got that?
Yes, sir.
Operator.
This is Jordan. How many inspectors are in today? Do you know?
Just a moment, Mr. Jordan. Mr. Williams is in. Mr. Jackson left word he'll be out in Lincoln County until tomorrow. And Mr. Thompson entered the hospital this morning to have his appendix out.
Well, ring Ed Williams for me, please. Tell him to get over to my office right away. It's urgent.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Fox. Come in. Sit down.
Yes, sir.
Something wrong? Plenty. Bomb in the mail.
You know much about it?
I'll tell you later. Williams and Stewart are in on this, too.
Man, are we ever in for a busy day?
Hartley said there was a hurry-up call in here.
Close that door in my face, Joe.
Come on in, Ed. Close the door. Sit down, both of you. Now sit down and listen.
Uh-oh. No raises this year. I've been waiting for him to spring it on us.
Button it up, Joe. Here's what we do have staring us in the face. I just told Fox a minute ago there's a bomb in the mail someplace.
Oh, bomb?
That's right. A few minutes ago, I got a phone call. I don't know who it was. All I got were these facts. Now, 9:30. Between now and 2:30, we've got to find a time bomb which was mailed to somebody here in town.
Somebody? Don't have any name at all?
He didn't get around to that. Either he wouldn't tell me or he was cut off. I'm hoping, just a slender hope I know, I'm hoping he'll call back, but we can't count on it.
How do we know this isn't a leg pull, Doug?
We don't. But we can't afford to take chances with somebody's life. Would you?
No.
What kind of a package?
We don't know. Any kind.
Oh, it's great.
That spreads your field out something terrific, Stuart.
How?
Well, you not only have your truck packages, you have carrier packages, too.
Carrier wouldn't have that big a package.
Stu, with the powerful explosives we have nowadays and the small wiring circuits possible, why not?
Yeah. I'll give you another one. How about a newspaper roll? That's big enough, isn't it? Carriers handle them, don't they?
That's right. Here's what I think. If that thing was mailed early this morning, it's either out there in the parcel post bin or at one of the substations. If it was mailed last night, it's probably on one of the trucks right now. Or else it's been delivered. Or else it's been delivered, yes.
A lot of stuff's off the trucks by now.
Well, that complicates it, but let's do what we can as fast as we can. Fox, you round up all of the special delivery cars, send them out after those trucks, and get all the packages back here. We'll go over them after they get here. Okay. Try to get the drivers to remember what's been delivered and where. Skip the insurance deliveries. This won't be insured. Get as much back as you can.
But what if they can't remember everything?
You leave that to me. But do this, too. Call the substations. Get all their stuff in.
All right. Anything else?
Well, not now.
All right. I'm on my way.
Stewart, you'll go through our own stuff in the back. Let's see. Delivery from New York Central's number 3 hasn't come over from the station yet, has it?
No.
Well, that makes it a little better. Get everything we've got together in one place and keep it there. Keep the out-of-town packages out of it. Just add the stuff from the substations and the trucks as it comes in.
And the pickup trucks, of course.
What?
Some of the drop boxes out in the suburbs are for letters and parcels both. We'd get some packages coming in on the pickups from those boxes.
I'd forgotten that.
And the trucks should be in by 11. We might as well go ahead with everything else until they get here.
Just so we get them as soon as they come in. I'll leave that to you.
Well, if we're going to do all this, I'd better get on it. No use standing around here any longer than necessary.
No, go ahead.
So you want me to check the packages, right?
I don't have to tell you your business, Ed. I know your record as an inspector is A1.
Well, fill me in a little more, will you, Doug?
Okay, shoot.
Is this a time bomb?
That's what he said. We have less than 5 hours now.
Yeah, I got that. Well, what else about it? Would it be safe to open?
No. It'll go off if you open it, he said so.
Oh, rougher and rougher. I'm going to get help, Doug.
All you want.
Use your phone.
Help yourself. Thank you.
Operator.
Outside line.
Thank you.
State Police, Company A, Sergeant Rock speaking.
Rocky, this is Ed Williams, post office. Is Jesse in today?
Yeah, you want him?
No, don't call him. No time. Tell him to come on over here right away, would you?
Sure. What do you want with explosive experts? You got a bomb?
Maybe. Keep it under your hat.
You know me.
Another thing, Rocky, you guys got the fluoroscope just now?
Oh, a touchy one, huh? No, we loaned it to Company E up in Foreman.
I could use it, that's for sure.
That's only about 100 miles. I'll call them up and get them to fly it in. Probably get it to you in about an hour or a little over.
Oh, good. And you'll tell Jesse.
Yeah, we'll do.
Now, to work, Doug.
Same here, boy.
Yeah, how about those carriers? About 100 of them, aren't there?
94.
Well, can you do it? Can you hit them all?
I don't know. All I can do is try.
But you're thinking the same thing I am. Remembering the same case.
Bowling Green, Kentucky.
Yeah. That poor devil of a carrier. Alive, but barely.
That's one reason I want to find this bomb before our luck runs out. 11:30. 2 hours gone. I went back to the mailroom.
Hello, Doc.
How's it going?
Well, we have all this over here so far.
A lot of work. Any leads, Ed?
Not yet, not even anything suspicious.
Well, how can you tell?
I can't tell, really. Sometimes there's something about the handwriting or the printing or the... I guess you just feel it sometimes. I don't know. I don't get anything like that in this stuff.
Not even a fake return address?
Not a one in the lot. None of the locals, anyway. We've checked them all.
Fluoroscope in yet?
Oh, the plane's when they phoned me a few minutes ago. It's on the way over. Be here any minute.
Well.
Mr. Jordan, telephone.
Okay, what line?
On 8.
Thank you, I'll get it. This is Jordan.
Mr. Jordan, this is Malloy on truck 15.
Yes, Malloy.
I got the word about getting back these packages. Everything's practically okay. Only this. My second delivery, I left one off at this place, 1724 Lime Street. I go back there a while ago and nobody's home.
Well, they were there when you left the package?
Yeah. A fat, bald-headed guy took it, as I remember.
Well, check the neighbors.
I already have, Mr. Jordan. Nobody knows for sure where they went. There's some talk about them leaving for Washington this morning, but I can't pin it down. They drove anyway. Car's gone. Garage is empty.
Well, that's using your head, Malloy. At least we have something to shoot at. Do you remember the name?
No, I don't. But that fat guy sure looked like a crook. Tabbed him for one the minute I laid
What's that?
Well, Miller came driving out and caught me and said you were hunting a package of stolen goods in the mail. Maybe he shot off his mouth too much, huh? Wasn't I supposed to know?
No, Malloy. It's all right. I forgot that he knew what we were after. Would you say you got everything else?
Yeah. Be right in if you say so.
You do that.
Check.
Foxy.
Yeah.
Look up 1724 Lime Street and get the name. Anything else? Get that name, then get on to it. The state police to intercept them if possible. Those people received a package this morning. They may have left town for Washington. They're probably driving. With luck, they may not have opened that parcel yet.
It's a real long shot, sir. Going on a trip, carrying an unopened package? I doubt it.
It's against common sense, but we have to try. You try, Foxy. 12 o'clock, lunchtime. I ordinarily eat at Bailey's, but not today. We had sandwiches and coffee brought in. The coffee was welcome, but we didn't seem to be very hungry. Alone in my office sipping coffee, all I could think about was the time was half gone. This is Jordan.
Darling, haven't you forgotten something?
Oh, hello, dear. Forgotten something?
I'm down at Bailey's waiting for you. I've been here 25 minutes. We're lunching together today, remember?
Oh, yes. Well, look, Alice, I'm afraid I'm going to have to stand you up. Something's come up.
Well, you'll be sorry. There's the best-looking man sitting in here all by himself, the tall, rugged, iron gray type. You know how I go for those. He'd probably be very glad to buy me a meal.
You try him and see. I have confidence in you, sweetheart. Anything to save us a buck.
Then you definitely aren't coming.
I'm afraid not. I'll tell you all about it tonight.
Sometime remind me never to marry a busy executive again. Bye.
Bye. What do you got, Foxy?
Things in my mind, Doug. First, let me get this one off. The cops picked up the Morgans.
The Morgans?
Yeah, the couple who were driving to Washington found them in a service station on the edge of town. They got the package. Well, they'd already opened it. Nothing much in it except some fancy sports shirts from Morgan himself.
And they're on their way again?
Yeah, with apologies. Understand they were scared silly, though. Morgan offered to show the cop the shirts, even wanted to give him one. Afraid they were stolen goods.
I'm glad that's cleaned up.
Yeah, I say, just had a call from the Woodmont branch.
Go on.
Do you remember Spicer?
Spicer? Yeah, suspicion of robbing the mails. What about him?
Looks as though he hung one on himself this time.
Well, how's that?
Well, as I say, this clerk out at Woodmont put a bunch of packages in the bins just before he quit last night. He remembered one for Dr. Turner. This Turner, it seems, collects magazine first editions. Sometimes these aren't worth insuring, sometimes they are. But they're always worth something more than their original price. And this package looked like one of those.
What about the carrier, Spicer?
Well, it seems he blew in just as the place was about to close. Said he forgot a bag of his with some new shoes that he bought. He drifted through and then right out again. Nobody paid any attention at the time.
And this morning, Turner's package is gone. Is that it?
Mm-hmm.
Where's Spicer?
It's his day off. Substitute's working.
They're sure the package is gone.
Well, Turner called to ask if it came in, and they couldn't trace it. That's how they were sure it's missing.
I
Don't have to tell you the next move, do I?
No, I already tried. Called his rooming house. He's not in. Didn't come in last night either. I call the police?
I'd better do that, Foxy. Thanks.
Even if he has the thing, he's surely opened it by now.
I think so myself, but we can't be sure. We can't take chances. I better call.
Operator?
Get me the police station. Ed, any luck with this pile of stuff?
Well, one that's uncertain. Trying to make up my mind.
So? Let's see.
Here.
It's not very big.
Wouldn't have to be.
Addressed to Jack Gordon, 128 Andrews Street. Is that anybody important?
Never heard the name. If you ask me, it's a kid.
What makes you think so?
Return address.
Columbia Foods Incorporated.
The cereal coupons. Fluoroscope indicates a watch inside. Let's put a stethoscope on it.
Okay.
Get it?
Ticks, all right.
No question. Is it a dollar watch or is it?
A watch, probably.
Probably.
Let's play it safe.
That's what I thought.
Take it outside?
Ordinarily, yes. But we couldn't detect anything that would trigger the thing, so we'll put it in the water bucket here.
Did you put wetting agent in the water?
Yeah. It'll soak through the wrapping quicker and then throw anything else inside that much faster. That does it. The inside takes a little longer.
Reminds me of the time I put in as an inspector.
Here you were pretty good, Doug.
Just lucky?
Getting the walkers lucky? Well, better have a look at your toy here. Easy. Easy. Up she comes. There. Looks as though we were right the first time, Doug. Here, have a pocket watch. Genuine hobby.
Keep it for a souvenir.
That's one kid we all watch. Will the budget stand it?
It'll strain it, but it won't break it.
Hey, let's step out back. I need a cigarette.
Good idea. You heard about this carrier, Spicer?
Yeah, Foxy told me. Get him yet?
The police haven't.
Well, maybe the police haven't got him, but has it.
The clock's hands were still going around. 1:30. Just about 1 hour to go, and still we hadn't found that bottom. We hadn't found it. We hadn't found the missing carrier. All we had found was a new headache every few minutes. This is Jordan.
Mr. Jordan, this is Malloy again. The driver, you know.
Oh, yes, Malloy. Do you have something new?
Well, sorta. You see, Mr. Jordan, it's like this. While I was eating lunch, I kept thinking, and all of a sudden I remember this other package I delivered this morning, out on Beach Avenue. So I drive over here to see about it. I'm at the house now.
Have you got the package? Have they opened it?
No, it ain't open. But, well, you better talk to this lady, Mr. Jordan. She won't listen to me. Here, Mrs. Bates, this is the postmaster on the line. Himself in person.
Hello. This driver says you're the postmaster, is that right?
That's right. This is Douglas Jordan.
I don't understand all this about the package which came from my husband. First this man delivers it, now he wants it back.
But he's perfectly right, Mrs. Bates. We'd very much like to have that parcel.
I don't see why. It has my husband's name on it. It's the correct address. I'm afraid I can't give it back until my husband has a chance to examine it.
What did our driver tell you, Mrs. Bates?
He had some story about stolen goods, but that doesn't make sense. Anyone would know that my husband would...
Someone may have confused him with another Bates. Have you thought of that?
No, I hadn't, but I'm still sure that my husband should pass judgment on this. If I were to take the responsibility and I were wrong...
Let me take the responsibility, Mrs. Bates.
He might not see it that way. He might say I let myself be talked into something.
Mrs. Bates, believe me, I'm sure your husband would be the first to thank us if he only knew. On my word of honor, we must have that package.
Well, it's your responsibility, understand? Here, young man. But I don't think my husband will thank you. He doesn't like anyone connected with the government. None of you.
For that, I'm sorry, Mrs. Bates, but thank you for giving us that parcel. But it wasn't what we were after. A box of advertising pencils, that was all. Then it was half an hour. I forced myself to stay in my office waiting for a call that they'd caught Spicer or that someone, somewhere, had turned up something. Ed, any luck?
Not a bit. We've combed everything, not a thing.
They haven't caught up with Spicer yet.
I think that's a false lead anyway. If he has the thing, he's opened it by now.
That leads us nowhere.
Yes, it does.
Somebody's forgotten something. That must be it.
Yeah, maybe. Could be all a hoax, you know. What's the matter? Don't you want it to be a hoax, all this effort and nothing to show for it, that it? Want to repeat the Walker business? Catch a murderer through the mail?
No, Ed, no. I just want to be sure.
Oh, by the way, he's out, you know.
Who?
Steve Walker, the brother. He's out of jail. Didn't you know? Well, why are you looking so funny?
Steve Walker. He said he'd get me.
Yeah, so what?
Where did I put it? Where's that lawn sprinkler?
Lawn sprinkler?
Now I know.
Where'd that package come from?
I've had it right here all day. Didn't even think about it. Came early this morning.
Let's not think. Let's move. Give me that.
Is there time?
I think so. Better be. Get it under the fluoroscope. Look. That's it. Brother, that's it, all right.
Do you have time to take it out to a safe place?
No, sir. All we can do is put it in a water bucket, take it into the alley, and pray.
Okay.
Here goes. Water, get through that wrapper. Doug, we'll give it an hour, just in case.
5 minutes. 15. 30 minutes. 45. 1 hour. And then...
Well, Doug, there it is. All in little pieces. I'm glad those pieces aren't you.
I am, Ed. I am.
A pretty good collection of evidence.
Yeah,
you can go after Steve Walker with this, Doug.
Mr. Jordan, telephone.
Coming.
On 4.
This is Jordan.
Well, I couldn't bear the thought of you plodding away down there. Now, maybe you'd like to hear the story about my luncheon. It was the most
Why, it better be good, honey. Wait till you hear the one I've got for you.
Suspense, in which Mr. Victor Perrin starred in tonight's presentation of Fragile, Content Death.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you a story of murder in the roaring 20s, the Windy City Six, starring Mr. Fred McMurray and featuring Red Nichols and his 5 pennies. And now, with the Windy City Six and the performance of Mr. Fred McMurray, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
happened some time ago. By some time, I mean those days when moonlight on the Ganges was a must at the country club dance, when our nurse was considered snappy repartee, when it wasn't entirely unfashionable to be seen in a raccoon coat complete with flask when the Harvards and the Yales met in deathless combat. Maybe it'll lose a little something in the translation, but it's worth a try. Anyway, as it happened, we were playing in a little pad on Oriole Street, Crazy Jack Fisher's High Hat. It was a speech, but then what wasn't at that time? When the breeze was off the river, you could hear the riff notes of the Windy City Six blowing uptown. Reading from left to right, there was Corny Peters on horn, Rip Jackson on alto, Thurber Jones on the licorice, Tinkle Hobson on the Baldwin, Red Moore slapping, and me on the skins. I'm Carstairs Hamilton, sometimes known as Rimshot, but more often as Hand. So we'll keep it that way. Yeah, Corny?
You booted the beat 3 times in that last set. What is it?
Well, every time I slide a glimmer over at that skirt of table 13, my kicker skips a beat. Maybe my sticks caught the fever.
Oh. Well, those 2 playboys with her are Bull Hurley and Red Rock Sparrow. You get ready to whistle again. They want to talk with you.
Talk with me?
That's what they said. Go on now. Keep the customers happy.
Oh, okay, Corny. Somebody said you wanted to see me. I guess maybe it was a mistake, so I'll just...
It wasn't no mistake. Sit down.
Yes, sir.
See this girl?
Well, to tell you the truth, I don't think I ever noticed her. How do you do?
Hello.
You've been staring at her all night, and last night, and the night before.
Oh, I might have been looking this way, but I'm nearsighted.
You ought to be in George White's scandals. Now, let me give it to you straight, bad ears. We're taking care of this girl for a very particular friend. So lay off her, huh? Because if you don't, your poor old mother's going to have someplace to take flowers on Sunday afternoon. Your grave.
Back at my drums, I tried not to look at the girl, but I could still see her in my mind. Soft, dark hair. None of that shingled bob stuff. A real Marcel finger wave. A warm young face, and lots more that curved down into a fur coat that must have set somebody back a whole truckload of upstate scotch. Once in a while, I sneaked a quick peek, and every time she was looking at me. And suddenly I got scared, and I lost up a couple of beats. Only got so mad he blew up. But it didn't make much difference then. Our engagement was over. Veterans all, the Windy City Six broke ranks and went into Plan B. I headed for the kitchen. That was always the best way out. In the hallway, a small blonde guy was lifting a couple of shaking hands to his face, and his eyes grew as large as 2 hard-boiled eggs just before he got it. When I got out the kitchen door, I could still see that big, black-haired, vicious-looking guy peering out into the night, trying to see who it was that passed him in the hall while he was busy killing. I hope he hadn't seen my face. I ran for a while, and then I slowed down to a walk. The first few snowflakes of winter were starting to fall, and the world was pulling on that Wonderland slipover. I turned my Chesterfield collar up around my neck and noticed I was still holding a pair of drumsticks. I thought it over for a minute. Then I threw them into the darkness beyond the streetlight. I made up my mind that from now on I was going to stay out of joints like the High Hat. When I finally got back to my rooming house, there was a surprise in a fur coat waiting for me, sitting on the front stoop. I tried to ignore her.
You blind or something? I suppose you get dozens of girls sitting on your step at night waiting for you. Hey.
Huh? Oh. Were you, looking for me?
What do you think I've been sitting out here in the cold for? Selling subscriptions to the Police Gazette? Sit down.
Won't you come inside?
It's safer out here. I haven't forgotten the way you were looking at me at the High Hat.
Oh. Say, tell me, how'd you get out of that raid so quick?
How do you think? I was with Red Rock Sparrow. They don't touch him.
Oh, yeah, of course. Mind telling me your name?
Cora Lee. 2 E's.
2 E's. That's pretty. Tell me, Cora, what do you want with me? How'd you find my place?
Crazy Jack gave us the address. Farrell and Hurley sent me to get you.
You get me? Look, I don't know anything. I didn't see anything. I told you I was nearsighted. 2040.
They got a place up in the mountains. They decided to throw a holiday party. They want a band. Isham Jones was busy, so all you guys are being picked up.
I lost my drums.
Don't worry, they'll get drums. Let's go.
Are you going with me?
Somebody has to show you the road.
Alone?
Look, we can talk all about it on the way. And don't get any ideas, because I might send for reinforcements. And these reinforcements will make a marine landing look like Isadora Duncan's finale. You got anything brave to say?
I'll bet you I'm ready before you can count to 100. By twos. I put the chains on my old Marmon, buttoned up the isinglass curtains, cracked a bottle of antifreeze, and we started off. The snow was swirling down faster than ever and was better than 3 inches deep by the time we were 40 miles out of town. Cora was under a blanket, cuddled up next to me like she meant it, her head on my shoulder. But it wasn't as romantic as it sounds, because under the blanket, Cora was shaking. And it was the kind of shaking you don't get from being cold, or from being scared. I should have known then that something was terribly wrong, but I had to learn the hard way. Cora?
Huh?
Cora, why do you hang around with bozos like Red Rocks, Farrell, and Bull Hurley for?
For the same reason you play in places like the High Hat. Best offer I got. Also the worst.
Look, suppose I just kept going now. Somewhere out west, Chicago maybe. Would you go with me?
They'd never let us get away with it.
What do we lose trying? You don't belong with those guys. You belong where the air is clean and you only take a drink when you want and love when you...
Please, don't.
What's the matter? Did I say something wrong?
Look, why don't you hit me on the head and throw me out and just keep going?
Throw you out? Cora, I wouldn't throw you out to save my life.
Oh, Ham, don't say that.
About an hour later, we passed through the town of Norrisburg and arrived at a big private estate called Haywill Manor. The big party was going strong. The rest of the Windy City 6 boys had preceded me, all under escort. The man who answered the door was the one person I never wanted to see again. When I'd seen him last, he was killing a man at the High Hat.
Well, Cora, I see you got him. You got a pretty smart way of leaving a raid in a hurry, Sonny. Kitchen door. I hope nothing happens to your luck.
The kitchen door? I didn't go out the kitchen door. I always leave by the basement window.
I hope for your sake you're right, Sonny.
Mike, he's a genuine nice guy.
Well, nice guy. I think you'll like this party. Lots of drinks, lots of girls, and lots of happy music, huh?
Oh, sure. I'll do my best. Did you get my drums?
Don't worry about drums. We don't have them. We'll give you a couple of skulls to be. Now go on, pour yourselves a drink and get warm.
Cora, who is he?
Big Mike Donovan. This is his place. He's to the rackets what Dempsey is to boxing.
Yeah? Well, I'm going to tell you something about him. I hear that human life means nothing to him. That he'd kill
So
anybody.
you heard it. Don't go broadcasting it all over the place. You want to stay alive, don't you?
It's always been one of my chief aims in life.
Then keep what you know under your hat, you dumb drummer.
The party was big and it was bouncy. Cora was sitting in a corner looking scared. Big Mike Donovan, Bull Hurley, and Red Rock Farrell were gathered at the bar drinking an uncommon amount of liquor and looking our way every time they wanted to laugh. Herbert Jones began to get nervous, and his clarinet developed an off-key squeak. The 3 men put down their drinks and came over.
Which one do you think it is, Bull?
I got $10 says it's a saxophone player. He's got a shifty look.
Yeah, I'll take the bet, because I don't think he's the guy. Which one would you pick out, Red Rock?
Who else? The drummer. Yeah, he's afraid to look at us.
I think you're wrong, too. I'm putting my money on a clarinet player. It's elementary. Every time he looks over at us, he shakes. Every time he shakes, he squeaks in the high notes. Are these the signs of a guy who don't know nothing?
Maybe you're right, Mike. Look at him shake now.
Hey, you, with the clarinet?
Yes, Mr. Donovan?
What's your name?
Jones, sir. Thurber Jones.
Well, Thurber Jones, me and Bull and Red Rocks think you're a lousy clarinet player.
I'm doing my best, sir.
We got an idea we can show you how to play it better. Come with us, sir.
Well, I'll do better, sir, if you'll just...
I said, come with us.
Hey, wait a minute. They walked outside. And that was the last time I ever saw Thurber Jones alive. The rest of us were as jumpy as cats, and we played for 2 hours without a break. Everybody was getting stoned, but I didn't dare take a drink. Then Big Mike called an intermission while they served the buffet dinner. But everybody was so drunk that nobody ate much. Big Mike began to be loud and noisy, and he started waving a gun around, boasting what a great shot he was. He kicked open a couple of French windows. And out on the lawn, of all things, stood a giant snowman.
Just watch. I'll blast every lousy button off his lousy chest.
He did it all right. 4 pieces of coal shattered and vanished into the snow. Everybody cheered and then turned back to the food and drinks. Everybody, that is, but me. I couldn't take my eyes off the snowman, because running down its crystal white front was red blood.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Fred McMurray in Elliot Lewis's production of The Windy City Six, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
During the years of the Big Thirst, homicide was an art. Sometimes it was Tommy guns against a wall, sometimes it was a concrete overshoe in the bottom of the East River, or maybe an ice pick in the hearth. But out on the snow-swept lawn of Big Mike Donovan's mansion that cold December night, I was looking at the chilliest bit of murder any crazy hooligan ever thought up. A bleeding snowman. Only now it wasn't a snowman.
Cam, you better get back inside. You'll freeze out here.
Yeah. It's Thurber, Cora. Thurber Jones.
Oh, poor little guy.
He played the sweetest clarinet east of St. Louis. He was always loaning money to guys. He loved everybody. He never hurt a soul.
Who did it, Ham?
Who did it? Who else but your playmate, Donovan?
But why, Ham? Why?
You tell me why. You helped bring all of us up here, didn't you?
Oh, but not for this. Believe me, Ham, not for this.
I suppose you don't know that Mike Donovan killed a man in a high hat tonight.
Well, I heard him bragging about it a while ago where somebody hijacked a truckload of Mike's liquor.
Well, somebody saw him. And I guess he figured it was one of us.
Who saw him?
Well, I guess he thought it was Thurber.
You mean it wasn't?
I don't mean anything. I'm getting cold. Why don't you go back inside and join your killers?
Ham.
Go on. You work this side of the street for all the laughs you're going to get.
Oh, Ham, I'm not the same as they are. I don't blame you for thinking what you do, but I wish you wouldn't.
Yeah, all right. Let's just say the jury's still out on you.
Look, I'll prove to you I'm not like them. Here, you'll need a fast car.
What are these for?
They're the keys to Mike's car. It's in the garage. Take it down to Norrisburg and come back with all the cops you can find.
Hey, Bernie.
That's Mike.
Cora.
That's Mike.
Where are you?
All right, please, go. I want them to get what's coming to them. I want them to get it good.
Yeah, but what about you?
Hey, Cora. Who are you talking to out there? Come on back to the party, baby.
Go on. Before all of you wind up like Thurber.
After she'd gone inside with Mike, I made a beeline for the garages and back. Just as I got the keys in the ignition, somebody...
In case you don't know it, Flea Brain, this is Mike Donovan's car.
Oh? Well, I guess I must have made a mistake. Hey, take that gun off my head, will you?
Mike hires me to do nothing but sit in the back seat of his car. Now I might get a raise.
Well, I always like to see somebody get ahead. The gun.
I might get a raise because Mike wouldn't like you to leave his party without first you telling him what a nice time you had.
Oh, you got me wrong. I was going to write him a bread and butter letter first thing in the morning, honest. About the gun.
Shut up before I shove it through your stinking skull. Now start walking.
The next thing I remember was being kicked through the door of the big house. The party kept right on whirling, and nobody paid much attention. Nobody except the boys in the band, that is. They were beginning to get the idea. Slowly they stopped playing, and then people began to turn around and look. It reminded me of a ring of faces about to watch a hanging.
What's this all about, Chick?
The creep here tried to lift your car. He even had the keys.
Where'd you get them?
I sort of found them.
Hey, you can't do that to one of my boys.
Shut up, you. I said, where did you get them?
I told you I found them.
Where did you get them?
I didn't care whether I lived or died right then. And when somebody kicked me twice in the kidneys, the choice was made for me. I was sure I died because everything went black. When I came to, I was still lying in the same place, and the party was still going on. Nobody even looked at me as I staggered to my feet and wiped the blood and the booze and the glass off the best I could. I stood there holding onto the bar, wondering what to do. Wondering what it was all about.
Can you still walk, stupid?
Yeah, I guess so.
And Charleston, back your drums or stop playing.
Okay.
You know something, Blockhead? I didn't want him to stop. I think Big Mike's got something special in mind for you later.
None of the boys in the band even looked at me when I got back to my drums and picked up the beat. Corny and Rip and Tinkle acted as if I were dead already. We played all through our sheets twice without a break. None of us dared stop. We knew somehow we were playing for our lives.
Come on, Ivory. Make that 8.
5 Jersey cups on this one.
I'll take it.
Long about dawn, the party turned into a noisy crap game, and nobody paid much attention to our background music. Cora was with them, sort of moving in and around. I saw her whisper something in Bull Hurley's ear, and then later she did the same thing to Red Rocks. Then she sort of sauntered over by the band, not looking at us, but we all heard what she said.
Boys, keep your eye on Mike Donovan. When he goes over to Red Rocks, get ready to move. It'll be your only chance to get out of here alive. Make it good.
We all looked at each other and kept right on playing, waiting to see what she was talking about. Pretty soon it began to make sense.
You dirty here, making a pass at my girl.
I made a pass at your girl, Mike?
Just told me that you and Red Rocks both made passes at her. And I'm going to break both your necks.
No, wait a minute, Mike.
That's our cue, boys. Everybody up.
Hey, Mike, don't forget your music sheet.
Boys, this way, out through this door.
Yeah, I got it. Come on.
Phew. This air feels good.
Yeah, it'll feel better 100 miles from here. Where's your car? It's right over there, parked in front.
Come on.
Yeah, I'll be right with you. Go ahead. Cora.
Go on, get out of here. You'll never have another chance.
I'm not going without you.
Come on, Ham.
Don't just stand there. I'll be all right.
Yeah, for how long? One of those ready boys in there will start shooting his guns again and you might get in the line of fire.
What if I do? I deserve it for being so dumb.
And we'll all be killed if you don't move.
Well, Cora?
I'd only get you in trouble.
Yeah, I believe you, but I want to take you anyway.
Ham, for God's sake.
Look, lady, tell him you'll come with him, please.
Oh, Ham, I wanted anything but a dumb $35 a week drum player.
Oh, I get it. Well, that tears it. I'm washed.
But I never knew how wonderful a dumb $35 a week drum player could be.
Huh?
I'm coming with you.
We all scrambled over to my Marmon and climbed in. Red and Rip in the back seat, Cora in front, me at the helm, and Corny on the crank. Come on, baby.
What's the matter with it, Ham?
Well, it's 10 below zero. Give it another whirl.
For God's sakes, make it go, Ham.
Oh, no, we can't get stuck here.
Well, just take it easy. It'll catch. There. Come on, Corny, get in. What did I tell you? You're like a Swiss watch, huh?
Let's get out of here.
Hang on, we're off. Anybody hit?
No, but we're going to have to move faster than this.
But don't worry, I've got her souped up to where she'll go 50. Hold on. By the time we got out onto the slick, icy road, a whole car full of hooligans were coming right after us with guns blazing.
They're gaining on us, Ham.
I didn't know anything about guns, but one thing I knew was how to handle my marmot. It didn't weigh much, and I figured to pull into the next curve, pile the coal on, skid into the snowbank, and bounce off onto the straightaway. If that heavy rolls tried to make it at the same speed and hit the snowbank, I was sure to go right on through.
Ham, look out, the curve.
Grab on, kids. This is it. Several courses later, I fluttered an eyelid open and ventured a peek. Somewhere I'd miscalculated, because we were now stacked against a giant tree right on the edge of the road looking down into the valley. And down there, 100 feet below us, was a pile of something that had once been a rich, expensive automobile full of rich, cheap thugs. And around it, no one stirred.
Ham, oh, darling, are you all right?
Yeah, I guess so, Cora. How about you?
I'm all right.
How about the rest of you?
I'm okay. Shaken up, that's all. I busted my lip. Look.
I'll never put my bass back together again.
Yeah. At least we're all alive. Except poor Thurber. Well, what do you say we get out and take a walk into town? This is a job for the John Laws. Well, that's the coda. It was the last engagement of the Windy City Six. We went out with a full arrangement and a big finish. It was in all the papers. Maybe you saw the spread. The boys on the front page, Mike Donovan and Company in Vital Statistics, and Cora and me in the social columns. Yeah, we did it. Complete with old shoes and new rice. If you ever happen to get up Norrisburg way on a curve that turns on a steep hillside, with an old scarred tree looking down into the valley, take 5 and listen. Maybe you can still hear an old clarinet squeaking on the high notes. Or if the light's right, maybe you could even catch the pale ghost of a big gunman with homicide in his eyes, looking around. Looking around for a drummer who saw him kill.